Good morning. The meeting will now come to order. Ms. Griffith, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Werner?
Here.
Mr. Dance?
Here.
Mr. Williams? Here. Mr. Anderson? Mr. Armenter?
Here.
Mr. Blossman?
Here.
Mr. Brown?
Here.
Mr. Stone?
Here.
Ms. Jones?
Here.
Mr. Mallett?
Here.
Mr. Morris?
Here.
Mr. Morrow?
Here.
Mr. Starnes?
Here.
Mr. Temple?
Here.
Mr. Woods?
Here.
Mr. Zuslot?
Here.
Madam Chair, there's a quorum.
Thank you so much. Today, I'm very pleased to introduce the two students who've been invited to join us to present the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Today's invocation will be given by Everett Crockett, a dear friend of mine, who I've known since he was in the 7th grade. He is one of our distinguished students, a junior studying environmental engineering, and Mary Catherine Luce, a third-year law student who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mary Catherine and Everett, would you please come forward?
Heavenly Father, we are so thankful for everything that you have given us today. I'm so honored to be able to stand in front of this board. We are so thankful for the LSU community and everything that is surrounding us. We also pray for this day in particular. We want to acknowledge those that were lost in 9/11 years ago and the loved ones that they left behind. We also pray for Southwest Louisiana, that they may recover from the destruction of Hurricane Laura. And so thank you again for everything that you have given us, and amen.
Everyone will please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to invite each of you to tell us a little bit about yourselves. As I've stated many times, and this is my last meeting as chair, this was a tradition started by my mother, who also served as chair, so that we have an opportunity to hear from students within our system. So Everett, if you'd like to start. Everett this summer served as a governor's fellow, and I've asked him to give us a few comments about his experience.
Yes, so my plans, like many students, were kind of torn apart this spring with the coronavirus and everything. So my original plan was to study abroad. Unfortunately, of course, none of that happened. But I was really honored and so thankful to be able to get a position as an intern with the governor's office through the Governor's Fellows program. So I was selected as the Coastal Fellow. So I worked between the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority and the Governor's Office of Coastal Activities to just work on different coastal policy and risk policy, dealing with like flooding and hurricanes and other issues that we face along the coast. So in my major here at LSU, I'm studying environmental engineering, and I also have a minor in disaster science and management. So this was right in my alley. And even though I'm an engineering student, my experiences through the Honors College and other coursework really lended themselves to my overall experience, my ability to kind of step into this whole policy world that I really didn't know much about. And so at the end of the summer, I was able to present to the governor a policy proposal, which was a state buyout program of severe repetitive loss properties, which is just properties that flood many, many times over many years. And just to try to eliminate that risk and reduce our flood risk as a state. So it was an incredible program, had an amazing time, got to do many, many incredible things, such as like a luncheon with the First Lady. And so, yeah, it was an amazing experience. So thankful to have had it. So, yeah.
Thank you, Everett. The board was meeting when the fellows were actually up here in this space with the governor presenting their projects. That day I was on a Zoom with a committee and had my phone tuned in to watch our fellows and the governor here at LSU go through the end of the program. Little adjustments because of COVID, but a very successful summer nonetheless, with a lot of LSU help and influence in the program. So thank you, Everett. Mary Catherine.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. It is an honor to be here. I just want to thank Ms. Werner for inviting me to give the pledge, especially just because it is her last meeting as chair. So that is very special and bittersweet. So before I begin, if we could all give a round of applause to Ms. Werner for everything she has done. Mr. Robert, I think you have some big shoes to fill.
Madam Chair, if I may, I've been told that before, and I've known you your whole life, and I'm going to tell everybody in this room, this young lady is going to be a rock star lawyer. She is a rock star. That's all I have to say.
Well, thank you very much. So as Ms. Werner had mentioned, I am in my last year of law school at the Paul M. Hebert Law Center, and he didn't pay me to say this, but Dean Galligan's torts class has probably been my favorite law school class the entire time that I've been at this at the institution. So thank you for that. I am a member of the Board of Advocates. I am the vice president of the Veteran Advocacy Club. We are in current works to try to get a pro bono clinic for veterans on campus. I'm also a member of the Women Law Students Association and our running club. So before I came to law school, I attended LSU for my undergraduate degree from 2015 to 2018. I majored in political science and minored in history, and was fortunate to be able to work very closely with Vice Provost Haney. I was a member of the Honors College as well as a member of the Delta Gamma sorority. So I am from Lafayette, Louisiana, and one of my favorite things in this world is LSU football. So I'm very much looking forward to the season starting in a couple of weeks. So thank you all for allowing me to be here, and go Tigers.
Ms. Lowe's, how's your mama?
Excuse me, who said that?
Mr. Armstrong.
Hi, Mr. Armentor. How are you? She's doing great.
Great lady.
Thank you. I'll let her know.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are two of the best and brightest and Louisiana's finest that we talk about. It's our mission to make sure they are educated, and I was so honored that they could take time out of their busy class days to join us today, and you could hear about their experiences. It's been a pleasure to get to know them over the many years, and you can tell that they don't lack in ability and both have fantastic careers ahead of them. So thanks to both of them for coming. Today we have no one registered for public comment. Unless there is objection, I move that we recess. Hearing no objection, the board will stand in recess, and we will begin with our committee meetings. Mr. Armentor, can you please call the academic committee meeting to order?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Griffith, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Anderson, Mr. Armentor,
Here.
Mr. Cox,
Here.
Ms. Jones,
Here.
Mr. Mallett,
Here.
Mr. Morris,
Here.
Mr. Morrow,
Here.
Mr. Zuschlag.
Here.
Mr. Armentor, there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Griffith. The Academic and Research Committee has only one item today. I call on Dr. Haney, our provost, to present the item for us.
Thank you. So the matter today is a proposal from the LSU Health Sciences Center in Shreveport requesting initial designation for a Center of Academic Excellence for Patient-Centered Rehabilitation, or PACER. The unique aspect of this proposed center is its ability to provide layered learning between clinical faculty, pre- and post-professional learners, and patients, which then puts an emphasis on patient-centered treatment and best practices. The center's objectives are to increase capacity for and production of clinical specialists in rehabilitation, to provide learning opportunities for multidisciplinary healthcare teams to engage in innovative clinical practice, to provide robust patient volume and variety of diagnostic conditions for collaborative translational research and scholarship, and to create opportunities for underrepresented minority students to participate in experiential learning in the rehabilitation professions. PACER will be housed in the School of Allied Health Professions, and the budget pulls from the Louisiana Department of Health, local and state funding, clinical revenue, and private donations, and the revenues will be able to sustain the center for the next 3 years.
Are there any questions? Is there a motion to recommend the proposal as presented? Mr. Morris makes the motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Mr. Zuschlag makes the second. Is there any objection? Without objection, it is approved. At this time, I'll accept a motion to conclude the academic committee.
So moved.
Second.
Who moved?
Right here.
Seconded by Jones.
Okay. Without objection, the committee is adjourned. Madam Chair, the academic committee is concluded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Armentor. Mr. Blossman, would you please convene the Finance Committee?
Sure. Ms. Griffith, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Blossman,
Here.
Mr. Brown,
Here.
Mr. Cox,
Here.
Mr. Damp,
Here.
Ms. Jones,
Here.
Mr. Mallett,
Here.
Mr. Morris,
Here.
Mr. Morrow,
Here.
Mr. Temple,
Here.
Mr. Zuschlag.
Here.
Mr. Blossman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I'll ask Dan Lazell to present the first item.
Thank you, Mr. Blossman, members of the committee. The first item is a request to approve the fiscal year 2021 operating budget. Can we get the presentation?
So moved.
Thank you. The first slide, this first slide shows the operating budget cycle, just to provide a reminder for those who have not been through this before. As you may remember, at the June meeting, you approved the FY21 appropriation received by the university following legislative action on the state budget. Since then, our campuses have been working through the final decision-making processes to firm up fiscal year 21 revenues and expenses, which are reflected in the operating budget recommendation you have before you. Pursuant to Board of Regents guidelines, the university's fiscal year 21 operating budgets and supporting detail were submitted to the regents on August 31st, with a caveat that they are being submitted contingent upon action by the board today. The Board of Regents will hold their annual hearings on the FY21 operating budget submissions from each post-secondary education management board and other higher education entities on September 22nd. As a point of reference, at next month's board meeting, we will be seeking your approval for the university's FY22 operating budget request, which will then be forwarded to the Board of Regents and Division of Administration. Next slide, please. Before we get into the details of the FY21 budget, it might be helpful to summarize some of the main cost drivers, pressures, and priorities that we face in putting together an operating budget each year, as well as some context later on where we stand in terms of funding compared with our peers regionally and nationally. Total mandated costs are estimated to be $306 million in fiscal year 21, an increase of almost $4 million from fiscal year 20 levels. Mandated costs are just that, expenses the university is required to pay regardless of budgetary conditions. They include retirement and other benefit costs such as health insurance, classified staff salary increases, and chargebacks from the state. Retirement system contributions alone account for $155 million of that total. Of that amount, 82% goes to pay down the unfunded accrued liabilities of the state's retirement systems. That is, unfunded current and future pension payment obligations that exist due to past underfunding of the pension systems. In other words, more than 80 cents out of every dollar the university sends to teachers' retirement system and lasers goes to pay down past debt.
Let me interrupt you and ask a quick question on that, Dan, over here.
Sure.
That's just not our faculty and teachers' retirement, right? That's just it just goes into the pot for all, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Correct. Other perennial cost drivers and priorities include faculty and staff salary competitiveness, the need to invest in institutional student aid to attract and retain our students and remain competitive with our peers, deferred facilities maintenance, replacing a beyond end-of-life IT infrastructure, and attempting to selectively address the most significant and compelling priorities the university has. Just as a point of reference regarding faculty and staff salary competitiveness, average faculty salaries at the flagship alone are currently 12% below the SEC peer average and 13% below our national peer group average, down from 2% and 7% below those averages respectively just a decade ago. So we're we are not keeping up by any means, and in fact, we're getting worse. Next slide, please. This first chart shows the operating budget for fiscal year 21 for the entire system for all funds. That totals $2.83 billion. The three largest sources are restricted gifts, grants, and contracts, which are sponsored research projects, student fees, and the state general fund. In total, those three sources make up about 2/3 of the university's budgeted revenues. Restricted dollars are those dollars that can only be spent for the purpose they were provided or generated. For example, sponsored research contracts, auxiliary enterprises such as athletics and student housing are examples of restricted funding sources. The restrictions placed on these funds can be contractual, federal or state law, or donor specified limitations or other parameters. Unrestricted funds are those dollars that can be spent for general operations and activities and have the greatest amount of operational flexibility. State tuition and state appropriations and tuition and fee revenues are the primary sources of our unrestricted funds. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the total budgeted revenues by campus for fiscal year 21. As noted, each LSU campus has a somewhat different revenue mix based on its mission and scope. For example, the LSU, the flagship campus is about half and half unrestricted and restricted, while when you look at the two health science centers, the majority of their revenues are restricted due to sponsored research and clinical activities, which fall into those categories. Next slide, please. This slide takes us from where we ended the fiscal year 19-20 budget to where we are with fiscal year 21 beginning unrestricted operating budget. As noted, the unrestricted operating budget for fiscal year 21 is $1.06 billion. This is the budget, again, that's appropriated by the legislature each year. This represents a decrease of $56.4 million or 5% from the final FY 20 budget. Included in this decrease is a reduction of state funds of $30 million or 7.8%. In addition, there is a reduction in interagency transfers that is related to the one-time virus relief funds of $29.4 million that was included in the fiscal year 20 supplemental budget to be used to help offset the state general fund cut in fiscal year 21. While the one-time CRF funds included in the FY20 supplemental bill do overstate in part the actual overall reduction in the FY21 operating budget, given the intent of those funds to help us offset the state general fund cut. It should be noted that they will, if not replaced in the FY22 budget, it will result in an actual budget reduction next year in the FY22 budget. Next slide, please. This shows the unrestricted budgeted revenue by source. As noted, tuition and fees represent more than half of the total, with state funding representing just over 36%. Next slide, please. The next couple of slides show what these funds are going to, or budgeted to pay for in this coming fiscal year. As noted, colleges and universities are, by definition, very people-intensive operations, and you can see that in this first slide. Almost 3/4 of the university's operating budget goes to pay for salaries and benefits. And if you were to go to any other university in any other state in the United States, you would see basically a very similar pattern for those institutions too. Next slide, please. This shows the operating budget by function. Again, the activities that the dollars go to support. Again, these categories are comparable across institutions in the United States. One thing I would point out here is that just over 1/2 of our total operating budget, our unrestricted operating budget, goes to support our primary missions of teaching, research, and service. The other half goes to support functions including libraries, student financial aid, facilities maintenance and grounds, financial operations, and other administrative functions. Next slide, please. The next few slides provide some comparisons, as I noted earlier, about where we stand in our funding relative to our peers. The first chart provides a comparison of the flagship state funding per student and combined state funding and tuition and fee revenue per student to our SEC peers. As noted, we were below the SEC average on both measures in FY08 and significantly so in terms of state funding per student in fiscal year 18, which is the most recent year available. Next slide, please. This slide shows the same data, somewhat different display, so just to show the magnitude of change over time. As noted in fiscal year 08, we were not at the average, but we were closer, somewhat close to the average in terms of state funding per student, as well as state funding and tuition and fee revenue per student. When you fast forward to fiscal year 18, you can see that we've dropped on a state funding perspective to 57% of the average and dropped somewhat on the state tuition and fee average. The slide next to that compares us to our, if you could go back, please. Thank you. To our 17 national peers, which are a collection of institutions from across the United States that are very similar to the flagship in terms of mission and academic program mix. Again, we see a very similar pattern there relative to the change over time. Next slide, please. This slide provides comparisons for LSU Shreveport and LSU Alexandria relative to the Southern Regional Education Board peer average. Again, these are institutions in the Southern region that are very comparable to those campuses. Again, a very similar pattern, the decrease of state funding relative to peers over time shows up for both of those institutions. Next slide, please. And likewise with LSUE. So with that, that concludes my presentation. We certainly request your approval of the FY21 operating budget, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Okay, if there's none, I'll entertain a motion to recommend the proposal as presented.
Wayne Brown shall move.
Moved by Mr. Brown, second by Mr. Dant. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay.
The next item is a update on the IT governance audit action plan. At the August board meeting in the audit committee, there was presentation of a study that was done by an outside consulting firm on the university's overall IT governance structure. And there was, out of that presentation and discussion, was a request that the administration move forward very quickly to develop an action plan in response to the recommendations from that report. The plan is to come back in October with a final action plan, but this is an update of where we stand today relative to the development of that action plan. And with that, I would like to ask our Chief Information Officer, Craig Woolley, to come up. He's leading this endeavor on our behalf to give a brief update on where things stand.
Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be here. I've been here at LSU for about 6 weeks, so this is a nice start for me in hitting the ground running. We do have a presentation, if we could bring it up. I want to just give you some updates on where we're at with the response to the audit. First, for summary purposes, there was an audit done by M&ER, which is an outside group, during the spring and summer. That audit resulted in 72 individual recommendations for areas for improvement, and most of those 72 were labeled as high priority. The results were presented to the LSU leadership team on August 18th, and as a result of that, there was a 6-person work group formed, 3 people from the A&M campus and 3 people from other institutions, and I was asked to chair that group, which is why I'm standing here today to give you this interim report. We've done a lot of work already, and I'm happy to go over some of the things that we've already done and let you know what our plans are and how we're going to attack this audit. So could we have the next slide? So one thing that we did was, it sounds daunting to have 72 items. And so what I wanted to do was put those into buckets and categories so that we can better understand the types of people we need and the groups that we need to put together to address these items. So as you can see, most of the items are around IT governance, which would be policy creation, process, creating templates for doing things like strategic plans and risk assessments. Those types of things fall into that category. And then 19 items fall under the IT security and risk assessment, which again is a very big topic and one I've got some information for you on. But that's 19 of the items. And then shared services and IT costing was another 19 items. So putting those into those three groups allowed us to, I think, look at the best way to go about coming up with recommendations and a plan for how we will address these 72 items going forward. So you can go to the next slide. So what we're doing is there's three foundational actions that have to happen early on in order to really address the other items in the audit. The first is to create a permanent memorandum that really gives IT governance the authority and teeth across the institution to perform some of these actions and ongoing to be able to continue to monitor and create policy and process that all institutions would follow. So this PM is already in a draft state. We've had a IT governance meeting yesterday where this was brought to the group. We're working now on some modifications, but that PM really will set the stage and allow the groups to create the other things that need to be done. And again, to give it the teeth it needs, because it has to have teeth for it to be successful. The second one, which again is a very important one and was brought up in the audit, we do need to create an information security subcommittee of this IT governance council. By doing that, we will bring the security professionals from the different institutions to this group, along with 5 at-large members, so it would be a 13-member group. We have created a charter that has already been approved yesterday in the IT governance committee, and this committee will start to be formed next week. That committee, by putting them together, we can then look at those 19 items and address it collectively and come up with plans of action of how we're going to address each one individually, and having those security professionals and 5 at-large people there will help that process tremendously. And because of that first bullet, to where the PM gives IT governance that clout, this information security subcommittee inherits that clout and can bubble up to the main committee some of the recommendations and the policies that we need going forward. And then the third bullet, which was the shared services strategy. On the A&M campus, we have 40 individual IT departments. So we are a distributed IT organization. That's not a surprise for an R1 large institution. I came from USF in Tampa that was very similar, was distributed. So that's not necessarily a surprise. It is a large number. But a lot of the solutions and a lot of the things that we will need to be putting into place impact those 40 distributed departments. And so what I want to do and what I've started is I need to pull those groups together. I need to create a coordination committee for the leadership from some of those groups so that they can be part of the solution, rather than it being a top-down where central IT just comes up with what they think needs to be done in a bubble and then just imposes it on these other units. It's much better if they're part of the solution and you have the different points of view. You make sure we're protecting our research mission. You make sure we're protecting our academic mission and the roles that our staff have to play in that. and make sure that we're also not doing something to hurt our students. So having all those points of view is important. So what I've been doing is I've been meeting individually with every dean. I've gone through 10 deans so far. I still have a few more to go. It's been fantastic conversations. And I'm asking them to give me their top IT person from their college that can serve on this committee. And the deans have been fantastic, very willing and excited to create this better coordination and better two-way communication between central IT and those groups. So that group, I'm getting the names and we're going to form that committee. We say all this stuff is going to happen in the first 3 months. It's going to happen quicker than that. The second item we'll have in place within the next couple of weeks. And this third item shouldn't take too much longer than that. So we think having this infrastructure in place will allow us to come up with a complete plan of how we'll address those 72 items. Now that plan is going to span, because of it's not only coming up with how we're going to address them, it's also addressing them, meaning IT strategic planning, risk assessments, those types of items. So it's going to be multiple years from end to end to actually fully complete everything, because you got to lay all this groundwork first, and then you got to perform those actions that the audit is saying to perform. So with that, I will stop and see if there's any questions I could answer.
Hi, you talked about needing, making sure that this was safe for students. Are any students on either of these on either the committee or any of the subcommittees?
I'd have to check. I think on IT governance, there are students represented in the IT governance committee. But on the subcommittee, the IT security, and on the other two, there are not, but it's a good point and something we can look at and see if we can get some students onto one of those groups.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Any other
Question,
questions? Mr. Brown?
just real quickly, I don't want to belabor this, but you've been here 6 weeks.
Yes.
Give us a 2-minute background or 30-second background on your experience.
My experience. So I've been in higher ed IT all my adult life, 33 years. I started at the University of South Florida and stayed there for 27 years, made it up to assistant vice president for IT, and then took a position at Wright State University as their first ever CIO, which was 5.5 years ago, and then was lucky enough to see this advertisement and apply and get the job here at LSU, which I just am so excited to be here. And I do feel confident that there's things we can improve, and I'm excited about that.
Well, thank you. These other systems you've been involved with, do they have an overall central system that was there, all the campuses or other entities worked under?
So USF is the closest to LSU. We did not have institutions. We had regional campuses. Those regional campuses did have CIOs, just like here. Those CIOs had dotted line to the CIO at the main campus, but it was just a dotted line. There wasn't a direct. And at USF, they were very decentralized. They eventually centralized some of the IT, but it was very decentralized for many, many, many years.
Are the trends nationally to go to a centralized system?
I think in some cases, it depends on what the customer's needs are, and it's about finding the best way to serve the customer. And there are plenty of cases where I think my belief, honestly, is we should be able to operate either way. It should not matter. What matters, as long as you're doing the close coordination and you're collaborating with the other units, it should not matter either way. That's been my belief. That's the way I've operated all my career, and it's been very successful. And being in both environments has helped, because I understand both ways and how they work. But and it's definitely too early to tell here what makes the most sense. But I think it can absolutely work the way it's set up, as long as we coordinate better. And that way we can address some of the financial items that are on there to make sure that we're purchasing software and not paying too much for software by having multiple departments do their own thing, paying more because they're not having the quantities and looking for ways. So this committee that we create would help to, and that's one of the items of the 72, would help to create a consistent list of here's all the software we're running, and we could have better communication on what people are trying to buy so that we can look at seeing if it makes sense to do a larger purchase as opposed to individual.
I have one question.
Yep.
What drew you to LSU and how long will you be here? What drew you to LSU and how long will you be here?
What drew me to LSU was, so I'll say at Wright State, I was so happy. I loved it at Wright State. I was there for 5 years. There was a lot of positive things that happened while I was there that I was able to do. I absolutely loved it. I would get approached all the time from other schools, but LSU was different. And when I got approached and saw this position, it was one of the few that I said I would actually go forward and see whether it would happen. I like the idea of going back to a larger university, which is where I spent most of my career at USF, and the opportunity to be a CIO at a larger university that's a research one, that's in the SEC, which is, again, a fantastic draw. Has nothing, by the way, it's nothing to do with that fact that I'm a huge football fan. That did not play into it. It was the opportunity.
We're good at football around here.
I heard that. So yeah, it had nothing to do with that. It was just a fantastic career opportunity. I hope to retire here. This is my intent. Where else is a better opportunity than this? So that is absolutely, and if you look at USF, I was there for 27 years. So I don't move around a lot, and I'm very happy.
All right, yes.
Yeah, I would just
Galvin?
say, I would add that Craig's references were all like incredible, but one thing everybody highlighted was his collaborative skills. And you since August 10th, you have put those to good use already. So thank you. We're glad you're here.
I'm very happy to be here. So thank you.
Very good. Anyone else? Okay, at this time, I will accept a motion to conclude the Finance Committee.
Thank you.
Make the motion.
Second.
Okay. It's moved by Mr. Morrow, second by Mr. Temple. Madam Chair, the committee has concluded.
Thank you, Mr. Blossman. Mr. Woods, would you please convene the Property and Facilities Committee?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Griffith, please call the roll.
Mr. Woods,
Here.
Mr. Brown,
Here.
Mr. Cox,
Here.
Ms. Jones. Here. Mr. Mallett.
Here.
Mr. Morris.
Here.
Mr. Starnes. Mr. Temple.
Here.
Mr. Williams.
Here.
Mr. Zuschlag.
Here.
Mr. Woods, there's a quorum.
Thank you very much. At this time, Mr. Lombardo, I think we have 5 items on the agenda. Will you start with number 1, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Woods. Thank you. First item is a request for approval of the FY 21-22 5-year capital plan, capital outlay budget request, and first year prioritized categories for LSU. You have that package in your packet, and our annual capital plan submission seeks board approval for each of the campus's plans. It's combined and collected as a system and forwarded to the Board of Regents for review, who will combine it with the other systems and submit it to the state for November 1st. And that it will inform the House Bill 2.
Thank you. Are there any questions on item 1? Is there a motion to recommend the proposal as presented?
So moved.
And I'll second it.
Second by Mr. Brown. Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Item number 2, Mr. Lombardo.
Thank you. Item 2 is a request from LSU Healthcare Services Division to approve a request to sell the former Earl K. Long Hospital property. The LSU Healthcare Services Division, or HCSD, requests the approval of the board to sell 14-acre tract of property, which was the former hospital site. HCSD has no further use for the site, but the ongoing unfunded maintenance costs associated with the vacant site make it difficult to maintain. HCSD will ask the Division of Administration to handle the process of disposal of the property. Subsequent to that disposal, they will make the request to use the proceeds of that sale for deferred maintenance, or specifically a roof replacement for their administrative building.
Mr. Lombardo, have we gotten any cost estimates on the replacement of that particular roof?
Yes, the roof is $2.1 million. We do not have an appraisal for the piece of property. That is done by the state as part of their disposal process.
Okay, are there any other questions on the item? Is there a motion to recommend the proposal as presented? Moved by Mr. Temples. Second? By Mr. Williams. Hearing no objections. Item number 3, Mr. Lombardo.
Item number 3 is a request from LSU Health Sciences Center New Orleans to approve an intent to lease agreement between the LSU Health Foundation and the LSU Board of Supervisors for the lease of the clinical education, Dibert, and L&M buildings. Health Sciences seeks the board's approval to enter into an intent to lease agreement with the Health Foundation to develop an outline of the process and guidelines that the foundation will use to select a vendor and negotiate proposed agreements with one or more leasees.
Are there any questions on the item before us?
Will we have opportunity to review that agreement?
Yes, this approves the move forward of a process. Any actual leases negotiated will come back to this board for approval.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to accept the proposal as presented?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Williams. Is there a second?
Second. Second by
Second
Valencia.
by Mrs. Jones. Hearing any objections? Hearing none, so moved. Item number 4, Ms. Lombardo.
Item 4 is a request from LSU Health Sciences Center Shreveport to approve the schematic designs of the Center for Medical Education and Wellness. LSU Health Sciences Center Shreveport seeks the board's approval of the schematic design. This is a $60 million capital process being funded by a mix of self-generated funds, donations, and state funds. When completed, the new Center for Medical Education and Wellness will be a 5-story, 187,000 square foot building. At this time, I'd like to invite Dale Sanji with Coleman Partners to present those schematics.
Thank you.
Thank y'all for allowing me to be here today. Again, as Tony said, my name is Dale Sanji, and it's quite an honor to be working with the LSU Health Science Center in Shreveport on what we consider a very transformative building for that campus. Do we have the slide? Okay, there we go. Thank you. What this building includes there's about 5 or 6 components of it that I think is worthy to express to the board. One is there's a wellness center, and this wellness center includes gymnasium. It includes fitness center. There's educational components. There's a wellness kitchen, and this is one of the areas that the med school was kind of marked on for accreditation purposes for not providing that for their students, their faculty, and their staff. So that's one of the major components of this building. There's also a clinical skills and simulation area. This is an area that the school has but is lacking, and it's a state-of-the-artness. So this facility will allow the med school to teach the students hands-on experience with the latest and greatest efforts for the students. There's also some learning environments, some classrooms, auditoriums that are a part of this. There's a dining area for the faculty and the staff. And there's an emerging viral threats lab, which was added as part of this program for the research, basically due to what we're experiencing today and the reason we all have masks on. It will address the concerns of COVID as well as future threats for us for our environment. There are student study spaces and collaborative spaces that are included in this. If you could go to the next slide, please. One of the visions of the 2020 master plan that was done by Shreveport was to create a sense of community, a sense of a campus, and there was actually no exterior space for the students whatsoever. In the middle of this is a green space that's being created for the campus, and this building, while very hard to see in this slide as I look at it, is located in the heart of the campus that will engage the 3 schools that are there, which is the School of Medicine, School of Research, Graduate Studies, which is their research program, and the Allied Health, which sits to the south of the campus. Next slide, please. One of the things that we tried to do in this is to engage, as I said earlier, the Allied Health, which is just to the bottom of this on this slide. God, these are very difficult to read here. I apologize. Actually, could we go to the next slide, please? It's little. There we go. This site here where the parking lot is our site. We have 3 or 4 buildings that are 9 stories tall. They're very opaque. They're very uninviting. And you can see the research facility as the 9-story building. And then just to the left of that off the picture is the existing 9-story med school building. And to the south there, you see the Allied Health. Next slide, please. Our building, the dining facility, is the lower 1-story building, which is closest to the Allied Health to engage all the students. We have the opportunity to have the green space for the students to be a part of. They're part of the campus that they presently do not have. This is a 4-story building that is transformative in the fact that it is going to encourage interprofessional activity and socialization that presently does not happen. It's going to get all parts of the med school to actually work together as one. The next slide, please. This is a view of the building as it faces Kings Highway from the, also from the research facility building. It's going to create a gateway to the campus. And as you can see underneath the canopy of this building, to the right, lower right, is part of that quadrangle area and socialization space that we're trying to create for the campus. Next slide, please. As we dive further into this, you'll see the interaction that can happen on this campus, which presently doesn't happen as you enter the entryway to this building. Again, we're still part of that student commons, the exterior portion of the building that is presently not available to our students. Next slide, please. This is a further deep dive into the exterior component. What you're seeing on the right-hand side of this is the dining activity, as well as a gateway through this facility and through this campus towards the Allied Health to reach out and encourage their interaction and inclusion into this campus. Next slide, please. Internally, if you've been on that campus, the existing buildings are very dark, very bleak, very uninviting, and do not really encourage much interaction nor the desire to stay on that campus. One of the goals of this project is to create a highly activated building, a lot of transparency, a lot of visibility to all the activities that are happening on that campus, and that interprofessional connectivity between faculty, staff, and students. This is one of the main stairwells through the building. The building is a 4-story building, which encourages the use of stairwells as part of the wellness component versus what they presently have, which is elevators that have the capacity of 15 or 20 people to haul them up 9 or 10 stories. Again, trying to create that heart to the campus, trying to encourage the students to remain on campus. Next slide, please. This gets into the floor plans a little bit. You have the dining component on the bottom left. The areas in green are part of the wellness component. And then the classroom areas are kind of that reddish color that you see on the upper part of the slide. Next slide, please. As we move to the upper floors, this is the second story. We've got the offices on the right-hand side for the, those are for the student activities. The round auditorium in the middle with the student collaborative spaces around the perimeter. The purple area is part of the area where we start getting into the simulation and the clinical skills of the building. And you also see with the green component that we have some areas of wellness that are sprinkled throughout this building, including an area of respite for the doctors, the faculty, and the staff in the upper left-hand corner, which was one of those components that was specifically requested because of the trauma that they see daily at this campus. Next slide, please. This again, the clinical skills and simulation is on the upper left-hand corner. And then that emerging viral threats lab that we discussed is in the upper right-hand corner. This brings a lot of opportunity to this campus to kind of make them the forefront of research that they presently don't have, and is a component that will set them apart from the rest of their peers in the area. Next slide, please. And this is the final slide where simulation is on the, again, this is the clinical skills. This is actually where we have the standardized patients that come in for the students to examine. They're more or less actors that have a disease of the day for the doctors to interpret. I think that's my final slide. I want to go back a little bit, and I apologize for my rambling about the site because I was very unable to kind of point and direct you to what was happening on the slide. This campus right now is students go and they leave. There's no reason for them to stay on this campus. And I know this for a fact because my son graduated there. What we're doing here by creating this campus is going to allow these students to enjoy their stay there more. They're going to allow these students to interact with the faculty and staff and give them a campus atmosphere that's similar to what we have on this campus here at LSU. So I apologize for my rambling. I just wasn't prepared for not being able to point to those specifics on the site.
You mentioned the space for the emerging viral threat piece. Can you elaborate on that, why that's so important right now? Or maybe Dr. Galle, somebody might want to talk about that. I'm not sure.
Thank you, Mr. Woods, for the question. It's a good question. Shortly after the outbreak of the coronavirus, we already had, first of all, I'll back up and say we already had shelled out space incorporated in this building anyway, and it was going to be empty space that was shelled out. So I met with the research folks, particularly Dr. Kevel, and we thought, based upon the fact that this is not going to be the last virus that comes around, number one, and number two, we have such a robust virology department at the Health Sciences Center there, something that Dr. O'Callaghan started about 30 years ago, and who is currently a emeritus Boyd professor, because of the robustness of our virology department, that the best use of that space, in my mind, as a chancellor and with the vice chancellor, Dr. Kevel's input, I thought the best thing to do would be to add that space and make it, since it was going to be shelled out, an emerging viral threat lab. So that lab would be doing more than just testing and research, but also would provide space for educating future medical technologists that are going to be driven specifically to manage these viral disease states and test for them and train for them, which is really something that is at a premium right now as we see. So I think it's really a very, very unique opportunity to create a biosafety lab that is equipped to take care of this type of entity, particularly based on what we already have on our campus from the robust virology department that already exists.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on the item?
Yeah, I have a question. Maybe for Dr. Galle. Can you explain to us the simulation rooms? alluded to.
Yes, sir. I think Dale's probably best to explain it from a technical standpoint, but from a pragmatic standpoint, these are rooms that are going to be set up based on various disciplines. For example, students, medical students, and residents in the OB-GYN department, or that are doing their obstetrics and gynecology rotations, would actually be able to practice deliveries and cesarean sections and various laparoscopic procedures in this particular room that would be set up for that. Some rooms may be set up for pediatrics. Some rooms will be set up for intensive care management and how to put in IVs and central lines and chest tubes and things like that. So, you know, when Dr. Ollier and I trained, particularly when Dr. Ollier trained, back then you just had to do it on the patients. You didn't get to do it on, you didn't get the practice. Your first practice was on
So these are on mannequins?
Yes, sir. They're
High-tech.
mannequins, high-tech mannequins that are digitally set up, that are Wi-Fi
So you
access.
could simulate all type of things that you-
Absolutely. And the beauty of this is not just for the med students, it's the allied health students, it's the graduate students. It would be Northwestern if they wanted to come over and practice, you know, their nursing students that are in Shreveport. So it's open to everybody, and it is going to be one neat deal.
Yeah, so it's a step up in technology.
It's a huge step up. It's a huge opportunity for the campus, and it will help us recruit students and help us recruit faculty as well when they see what we have.
Right. One more question. Parking is always a problem on your campus.
Yes, sir.
This is displacing parking. So what's the plan to
Right.
replace
Can you
the
go back to
parking
this?
you're taking there?
Yes. So in this page that you have, can you back up the slide just a couple of slides and I'll show you the space that that currently where the building will be going. Go back a little bit, a couple more back. Yeah, right there. Okay, if you go one more forward from that, I believe. A couple more forward. Keep going. I want to show you this because it's going the wrong way. Yeah, go a little bit more forward. I mean, back to the front of the presentation. I'm sorry.
You're trying to show the way it is now.
To the front of the presentation. Yes. Right. Yeah, right there. So you saw where the building was. It's the same site that you're looking at. If you look at this building right here, that that building there, the tallest of the ones on the left, that's the biomedical research. Come forward slightly to the south, where those cars are parked right here, then you see a one-story building. That one-story building is an old building that we tore down almost a year ago. That's where we had an additional groundbreak. So when we tore that down, we now have an additional 150 parking spots that's been created. But go a little bit further, to answer your question, a little bit further toward the east, almost to I-49, we have property there that has an old church that's been condemned and donated to our health science center. That church is in the process of being taken down, along with a couple of old homes there. That's going to create 450 additional parking spots.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Go back toward the front one more, please. Almost to the first, one more. Okay, it's hard to see. You had it. It's hard to see here, but you see that diagonal shaped building that's pretty much the corner of Sanford and that's the church talking about. That whole, the north side of the site where Kenny is, all the way down to the next street, that entire block has been obtained by the LSU. That is where the parking will be, this project. It's only about 100 yards from where that church is, about where you can enter this new building.
Okay, all right, thank you. Another question. Go over again how this is being financed, the construction.
The projected cost of this is $60 million. We worked with the governor and with the legislative folks, whereby it's a 50-50 match. So 30 million would come from private donations and 30 million from the state.
Is that from capital outlay?
Correct.
And what about in the budget? Is there funding for furniture and items for the interior of the building?
Yes, sir, there is.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you for the questions. Thank you.
Are there any further questions on the item? Thank you.
I'd like to make a few comments.
Mr. Brown.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Chairman, this project is, it'll be a real boost to our campus and our med school, and it's been in the works for several years on the planning, and it's really probably one of the larger capital outlay projects the state will fund this year probably, and last year. So it's really important for Shreveport Med School and also the joint venture hospital that development and growth takes place on that campus. So I want to commend you all for working on it all this time to get it to this point, and I also get funding for initial funding, and then it's in for the capital outlay this round too for additional. I do want to just express a few things to you that in some of the discussions that our leadership of our property and facilities committee has had with the architects and with the Dr. Ghali and his staff. I'd like to just point out a few things that I think, and these were items that were discussed, and I'd like to just for the board to go on the record that this project was conceived several years ago, and it's been in the works since then. Since then, we have entered into 2 years ago a joint venture agreement and with Oster's, and have Oster's LSU running the hospital, and this is all on one campus with the hospital. And I would, and as this developed, you did mention the 2020 master plan, but that actually was done in 2013 prior to the any of these happenings that have happened. So I would request that, and this also will be request of the hospital, of our joint venture hospital, to update the master plan with the planned facilities that both med school and hospital will be pursuing in the future. And the purpose of this is to have an overall growth plan there, that where we can manage the parking, the access to these buildings, both from patients, med students, faculty, doctors, all public. Now, those of y'all that are familiar with the facility, with the campus, it's all surface parking. Some of it's a mile or so away. They're busing employees and so forth to cars at night in parking lots that are located remotely. And there's an effort going on, which I'm real pleased to learn as we've gotten into this. I've learned more about the effort going to secure property in the southern direction, which would be in the direction of this facility, and then also to the north across Kings Highway. And here again, those of you that haven't seen the facility or it's been a while, just want to remind you that the Kings Highway corridor has those buildings that you said aren't very attractive on facing it. And on the south side, north side is surface parking, and the patients, if you're visiting the hospital or other facilities there, you have to cross Kings Highway, and it's a dangerous situation. There are no parking garages on the side, on the campus. This will take up some real close-in parking. I would not only work on a master plan, I'd like to know that would be the traffic studies and traffic needs, parking would be included in that. And I would request that it be coordinated with the hospital and their needs and the public. The auditorium in the building is, so I want to just make sure we have an understanding that that will take place, Dr. Golly and the staff and the architects, that there will be coordination. And I know that there's coordination going on now, but I think there's a need to really put more effort into that going forward, both from the hospital and the med school side. And these were in our discussions, so that, is there anything different from what I'm saying that we discussed that y'all were in agreement with when we had asked those questions?
A couple of things. Yeah, we did just have those discussions yesterday that we would have some inclusion with the hospital as part of the master plan for the overall campus. The project that we are dealing with ourselves internally is the academic needs for the med school. And that's what has been addressed per our contract. We are more than willing to work with the hospital, but we're going to need some interaction through the med school and their components for our office to work with the hospital.
Thank you. And then I'd like to just point out not only the parking situation, but there's ingress and egress issues that will be different because of the location of this building to the hospital and the med school facilities, trash pickup, service vehicles, and so forth. So,
yeah, I mean, one of the things that it was hard for me to express on the site plan was one of the components of this design is that we're taking out a driveway and a roadway that cuts right through the middle of this campus. And what it does by doing that, it allows this campus to be more of a student-oriented environment. So it allows it to be more of a campus and collegiate feel for the med students. By doing that, in doing so, we have not really messed or changed much of the location of these services. They're just being rerouted around the campus versus through the middle of the campus. And so I'm not real sure that the services will be affected that much at all. They will be altered, but it will be a better environment for the students and the faculty, allowing these services to be outboard of the main campus.
good. And the other issue, another issue we discussed was this would create more runoff in that area, and that's BioCare, which goes through South Shreveport, which has a history of flooding. And your engineers will work with the city of Shreveport engineers to make sure that we handle the additional runoff in a way that it won't impact the businesses and residents downstream.
That's correct. We're also concerned about the residents that are northwest of this site, where a lot of the flooding occurs because of what happens with the cutoff of the drainage that is just south of our site. We are rerouting that canal, I think it's Oxley Canal, in order to create green space around our building, which in times of flood will act as a detention pond to hold that water so that there's no flooding on the northwest, and it slows the water as it heads towards the southeast.
Good. Well, hopefully we'll be able to improve the drainage system in that area. That
right.
Certainly, and not impact. Another area I'd like to just point out is that this building has the opportunity for shared space with other, with the hospital groups, and it was discussed, and I want to make sure that I'm clear about it. I've had a clear understanding. The auditorium, which we don't have an auditorium on the property now that'll seat that many people, and is very appropriate for large gatherings, and that would be available for shared space, correct?
That's an operational issue, but it should be. The other areas that I'll get into before we get into the academic area is the dining and the wellness facility has been designed and incorporated in such a manner that it is to be used by not only the hospital, but the faculty, staff, and the students. The dining hall and then the wellness center has been designed for 4,500 to 6,000 actual users, which includes the 3,000 or so employees at the Ochsner Health Hospital.
Ochsner LSU.
I'm sorry?
Ochsner LSU. We're
Ochsner LSU.
Yes.
I apologize
Yes.
for not stating the acronym correctly.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just say, Mr. Brown, we currently have a 200-seat auditorium in our health science center in the medical school proper across from the library. This is the third hospital partner that we've had in 7 years. And all the hospital partners are always welcome to use our facilities, and they currently do. This will allow us to expand to a 500-seat capacity, which means we won't, the hospital partner or the medical school or the allied health school or Shreveport Medical Society or anybody else can use that facility and not have to necessarily lease space in other venues in the Shreveport-Bossier area. Not that we don't want the revenue for those other venues to go away, but we want to hold on to some of our own revenue. So we're always open to that. As far as utilization of that facility, anyone that is part of our Health Science Center, anyone that is part of LSUS, anyone that's part of OLHS will have access to that facility.
Thank you, Dr. Golly. And I know there's a great collaborative effort going on. I just want to encourage everyone involved to make this what it could be. And we're growing the jobs in the Shreveport area with the hospital. This economic development is so important. And I hope that in the planning in the future that the Kings Highway corridor can be improved to where we have an outstanding looking medical complex from the highway, and also we can have safe and sufficient parking close in for our, for all those users on that campus. And those are things that I hope they'll come out in the future planning efforts that we make and funding.
Yes, sir. I don't disagree with you. I agree with you on that. I think that, I call upon the city of Shreveport and the parish of Caddo to step up and help the Health Science Center and OLHS make those goals come to fruition. We're always open to that. I also want to say before I sit down, this ain't the last building we're going to put up over there. It's been 14 years since we've had a new facility in our Health Science Center in Shreveport. This ain't going to be the last building, and it ain't going to be 14 years from now before the next one's put up. And so as soon as this one's done, we're going to be planning something else. And we're going to work with public-private partnerships. We're going to work with the state, going to work with the governor, going to work with the legislative folks to make things better for the citizens in North Louisiana.
Well, we appreciate that. And that's so exciting to us from the board, LSU system, and our community, how you're providing. I would just ask, we received this plan 3 days before the last board meeting and asked to approve it. Didn't have opportunity to meet with the architects. So I just asked if we development going forward, so we are available to support every
care of that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Griffith, please note Mr. Brown's comments on this subject, please. Are there any other questions on the item?
I have a couple questions and comments. So just from a comment perspective, I know as a student, it's very great to have these spaces, whether that be for me personally, the UREC or PFT. I find those spaces great as a student. So commend you all on that front. Just a couple of questions. So on level 2, I see that there's a 360-degree auditorium. What was the thought process behind going with a 360-degree auditorium rather than a more traditional style?
We actually, that's actually a good question because that wasn't how it was originally designed. My design partners, Perkins and Will, were developing a 21st century classroom building at Texas A&M. And we took a tour there. And once we had, let's see, it was Dr. Golly, Dr. Kevel, Dr. Lewis. Deans of all the schools were there with us. And once they saw that auditorium in the round, it was kind of a revelation to them of ways that they can teach and be a whole lot closer to the students. Part of that end around that it's very difficult to show you in what was presented today is there's projectors all the way around this, so that when you're speaking, the students are no further than possibly me to the gentleman with the camera right there, all the way around. There's also ways to quadrant that off so that it can be used as a 500-seat auditorium or 125-seat auditorium. So it has way more flexibility depending upon the number of students that are going to be in there and the cohorts size of the class. So that was the reason that we went to that. It was because of visiting that 21st century educational classroom building at Texas A&M.
Thank you. And then just kind of a final comment. I'm a big basketball fan, and I'm sure there are tons of students in Shreveport that are big basketball fans. Please, on level 1, make it a full court, and not smaller.
That's been a big discussion, and I'll tell you that we've done a lot of basketball courts. It is 50 feet wide. It's not quite 94 feet like LSU's campus, and it's not quite the length of a high school basketball court, but it's very close. And I assure you that the older people that play basketball appreciate the shortness of the course versus the length of the course.
Yeah. Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Are there any further questions on the item? Is there a motion to accept the proposal as presented?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Jones, second by Mr. Brown. Any objections? Hearing none, so ordered. Madam Chair, at this time, I would like to recuse myself from item number 5, deliberations, and ask Mr. Brown to chair the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Let the record show that Mr. Woods has recused himself from the next item. And Mr. Brown, we turn the next item over to you.
Thank you. I want to make sure I've got it on the right page. Would you please read the resolution, the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Number 5 is a request to authorize an intent to lease agreement with LSU Real Estate and Facilities Foundation for the Utilities Modernization Initiative. LSU's utilities infrastructure is essential to the long-term success of the university and consists of 3 elements: a central plant, distribution system, and building mechanicals. Taken together, these 3 elements are responsible for providing heating, cooling, and electricity to the campus. As you've seen earlier in the finance or the budget report, facilities and property operations is roughly 11% of the general fund budget. And so at this time, I'd like to bring Dr. Lizelle back up to speak to this item.
While Dan comes up, is the temperature in this room, is that Property and Facilities Committee, or is that Athletics Committee? How can we change? It's freezing in here.
I can make a call to athletics.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Mr. Brown, members of the board, as you know, over the past several months, we've provided a number of presentations and updates on this engagement, which we have contracted with KPMG to come in and really help us do a deep dive on the condition of our infrastructure here, utilities both above and below ground. And again, as Tony mentioned, we are at a point of significant deferred maintenance needs and not a lot of opportunity for or hope for funding from the state to address this issue. What we have brought forth for you today is our recommended next steps with regard to this project. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Dan Feidelberg, who is the partner in charge of this project from KPMG. He will be participating by Zoom and introduce the presentation. Dan?
Thanks, Dan. And first, I just want to ensure that my audio is can be heard. Well, good morning. My name is Dan Feidelberg, and I serve as the lead partner for KPMG's Higher Education Advisory Practice. And I'm sorry that I'm not able to be physically present with you today, but appreciate the opportunity to briefly open this presentation for this critical initiative, which began in December 2018. Since that time, we've examined existing data, captured on-the-ground observations, evaluated options available to LSU, and prioritized them in consultation with university leadership. And I appreciate the opportunity to update the board last September and again this past March, when we outlined a potential strategy to develop a partnership for the modernization and long-term operations and maintenance of the university's utilities infrastructure, including a clear, fair, transparent procurement process. As Tony and Dan noted, the current state of LSU's utilities infrastructure has substantial modernization needs related to its assets, including the central plant distribution system and the building mechanical systems. And this is a critical need for the university as it seeks to ensure the campus is heated and cooled for students, faculty, and staff for years to come. We've had a large team working on this project, and they bring with them a diverse set of backgrounds, perspectives, and skill sets that have informed the recommendations before you today. Perry Franklin and Ian Tester are core members of that team, and they're there with you in the room. And I'm now honored to turn the presentation over to them for the balance of this item. Ian?
Thank you, Dan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ian Tester. I'm a Managing Director with KPMG, and I serve as lead for KPMG in this engagement with LSU. KPMG was engaged to perform an assessment of LSU's existing facilities, its utility assets, and develop an analysis and a pro forma financial model for their ongoing and existing operations and maintenance. You can turn to the next slide. Thank you. So our analysis is summarized in this graphic that you see in front of you here. LSU's current spend on its utilities assets is approximately $29 million today, and that will continue to, if nothing else happens, that will continue to escalate and inflate over time. And this includes commodities costs. You can see that in the dark purple there, as well as the cost of operations. And you also see a small amount of existing debt service there in the yellow as well. As has been noted with Dan and Tony a second ago, there are three fundamental problems that are associated with current utilities. The first is a significant amount of deferred maintenance, and that has stemmed from a lack of historic investment in the facilities. Related to that is asset reliability, or in fact unreliability, and associated failure. And there have been some examples of that recently that LSU has had to react to and deal with. And then finally, and probably important as you look forward, there is a need for investment to keep up with the campus master plan and keep up with the campus master plan as that changes over time. So with these challenges in mind, we've developed a forward-looking analysis, a financial model, if you will. And this there's a vertical line there to the left, and to the right of that line, you'll see historic on the left and projection to the right. And as we move forward, what we see here at the top is a series of spikes. And those spikes really reflect a view that if you do nothing, if you continue with the business as usual of the central utility plant, its distribution system in the buildings, there will be increasing instances of failures and the need to react to those instances. And that has a cost associated with it, and a cost associated becomes greater over time. Commodities costs continue to climb as well, and they continue to climb not only as a result of inflation, but as a result of inefficient operations. And there are some opportunities to remove elements of those costs. So with that situational assessment, LSU staff, executive team has made a view that there is a case to be made for modernizing its utility assets. The next slide. So LSU, with our assistance at KPMG and the team, we have identified 3 phases of modernization and capital investment to allow LSU to meet its current and future heating, cooling, and energy needs. There are short-term investments, and those short-term investments represent solving some immediate needs in terms of hitting deferred maintenance items and immediate needs in terms of improving asset reliability. There are medium-term investments, and those medium-term investments represented incremental investments, incremental to add operational improvements, incremental to add cost-saving measures. And these will really drive a return on investment from the university from long-term systems efficiencies and therefore reduced costs. And finally, and probably importantly, there are the long-term investments through a full modern or a holistic and full modernization program of the central plant. And that will happen over the next decade, but there is a mechanism to bring some of that forward, which we'll discuss in a second. But overall, these investments would lead to a reduction in deferred maintenance and allow the campus to meet its long-term goals, its long-term desires in terms of its campus-wide master plan. So I'm going to turn over to Perry now, Perry Franklin, to talk about some of the goals that we've set and act as a North Star for this modernization.
Next slide, please. So, Mr. Brown, Board Chair Warner, members of the board, my name is Perry Franklin, and I'm the principal of Franklin Associates, a local strategic communications firm that is a part of the KPMG team. In contemplating the challenges of the system and the investment requirements before you, LSU has laid out goals for the modernization of LSU's infrastructure. These goals were derived through an extensive stakeholder communications process whereby focus groups with LSU's faculty and staff were directly engaged to determine the core vision for the modernization and long-term operations and maintenance of utilities infrastructure. This qualitative data combined with quantitative data were the basis of the following goals. The first of which, to establish robust levels of service and increase budgetary certainty. As noted earlier, LSU does not currently operate or maintain its facilities assets at the appropriate levels of service, and due to reactive maintenance and extensive equipment rental, is forced to contend with emergency expenditures which reduce budget certainty. Any modernization initiative will seek to drive budget certainty and higher levels of service. The second goal is to address deferred maintenance. As noted, LSU has substantial deferred maintenance on its utilities assets. Through this modernization, it will seek to perform capital renewal to limit this obligation. Next goal is to address an increase in future energy consumption. LSU's demand campus master plan lays out substantial growth, and any modernization plan will need to ensure that LSU can meet its heating and cooling obligations through the growth in mere square footage and obligations going forward. The next goal is to achieve operational efficiencies. To do this, LSU has to utilize optimal technology and also operating the system at its most efficient level to limit the amount of capital renewal. And lastly, ensure system resiliency. This is the name of the game, ensuring in the long run that the campus is heated and cooled to support students, faculty, and staff. These goals are critical as they form the basis of the process which has been developed. And at this time, I'll ask Ian to complete the process.
Thank you, Perry. Next slide, please. So in considering the modernization of the utilities infrastructure, LSU has and staff have looked at the key risks associated with the current assets, the current facilities. And these risks exist whatever LSU decides to do. And this is an important part of determining the way forward, how you modernize the assets. It really sets out the foundation to allow the university to describe what it wants to achieve and how it wants to achieve that end. What risks is it comfortable retaining? What risks is it comfortable with sharing? What risks is it comfortable with transferring? And on this page, we've laid out at a very high level some of the key buckets of risk. And hopefully you can imagine that while we've just listed 8 here, there are many more subsidiary and related risks that will come through as we dig deeper into this. But I'd like to highlight a couple on this slide. With relation in respect of operations and maintenance, this is one of the key areas that we think there is a great opportunity for LSU to share and transfer through a well-structured agreement the future operations and maintenance with well-defined performance requirements that really speak to system resiliency and reliability. System resiliency and reliability. We think that would be a step change and allow the university to really plan into the future and allow the campus master plan to be met. Similarly, as it relates to financing, we believe there's a strong market, and there have been some other universities that have also gone through similar modernization programs to transfer some of the financing risk associated with this. The investments that I described or outlined a second ago have capital associated with them. Transferring some of that risk with sourcing that capital would allow the university to execute more quickly and deliver cost savings as a result of efficiencies of bringing some of these investments together. So underpinning this decision to look to a public-private partnership or some agreement that transfers risks is this detailed assessment. And we think it's key to understand where those risks lie, how they're shared, and really ultimately define what the university wants. So the next slide, please. So this slide describes a procurement process. There are 3 stages here, but in essence, it really is 2 stages. And this is, again, builds on the risk assessment. This is a process that allows LSU to articulate what it wants. Think about that, describe it, and allow the market to respond to those requirements. It allows the market, in terms of local suppliers, national suppliers, and international suppliers, to bring their ideas, their innovation, their creativity to the market.
I have a question about this.
Yes, sir.
You said defining the procurement process. Your presentation makes it seem as though LSU has decided on a process for procuring the modernization services. But there's been no process established yet, right?
No, this would all be subject to the intent of this. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is a typical process that we would look for approval for before we move forward.
Now, when you say a typical process, as I read it, although it's kind of far away, it has a request for qualifications, but at least 3 steps with about a bunch of other steps. It's why you're going through sort of a procurement process that seeks requests for qualifications. But isn't it true that we have already reached out to companies to request information from them about how they would go about doing this modernization?
That is true.
We have, as I understand it, a cooperative, and we have many cooperative endeavor agreements across this multi-billion-dollar system. But the university has identified at least 2 different cooperative endeavor agreements with 2 different entities, both of whom the university went to our existing cooperative endeavor agreement partners and asked them to put together a proposal to do this, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so part of that process, because when you say defining the procurement process, it's a little misleading, like there hasn't been some sort of a process to identify a suitable company already. When the university asked our existing cooperative endeavor agreement partners to come forward and make a proposal, they didn't just scribble on a tablet, right? They invested time, money. It involved an inspection of the plant here on campus. Is that right?
I mean, I wasn't involved in that, but I believe that's correct.
Dan, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I guess, and also in the beginning of this year, 2020, we did LSU, I think y'all may even put this together for us. Is it a market call? Is that the right word?
We had some market outreach, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And market outreach means we went out to the market world and said, hey, we're going to have to, LSU is going to have to start modernizing its utilities. Can everybody, anybody who might want to do this come forward so we can get a gauge of the interest in the marketplace?
That's right.
And about only 14 companies of that came forward in that market call, reach, whatever you call it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Then I guess it's a little curious to me that we would define a procurement process that in this procurement process you're outlining, just by my eyeballing it and experience with these kind of things, we're talking about if we did what's outlined on this screen, that's about an 18-month process, right?
If you go to the last slide here, we described the timeline. It's less than that, but
Well, we had a conversation with you earlier this week, and you told me it was or one of your colleagues told me it was 18 months. Has that changed from 2 days ago?
And if we look at, let's look at the last slide. If we may.
Has the timeline changed since we talked a few days ago?
I think we talked in a range of 12 to 18 months.
Okay, all right. So it was a range of 12 to 18 months, right? Sir?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So in this range of 12 to 18 months that it would take to do sort of this expanded process, and y'all have talked about how, I mean, our plant's in bad shape. I think Tony Lombardo has told us before, we are running right at the line.
Yep.
When something happens to this old, outdated, decrepit equipment, we have to buy power on the open market. Is that right?
You have to react, yes.
So it's not like we're looking down the line and one day this stuff's going to get bad. It's bad right now, isn't it?
Correct.
And if we use the existing cooperative endeavor agreements, plural, that we have in place to try to find a suitable company that can do this modernization, we could then do the modernization a lot quicker, correct?
I think that's one interpretation. Let me give you another interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
That other interpretation is that the university has yet to define what it wants to receive and how it wants to receive that service. Yes.
How long would that take
is there
us
a question?
to define that?
So where's that question coming from?
Oh, right over here. I'm sorry. How
Oh,
long
I'm sorry.
would that process take for us to define what exactly we wanted?
I think that there is a process of between 3 to 6 months to define that, and that would involve clearly some conversations with the market to make sure that, if we're trying to transfer risk, that a position that is put out there is acceptable, right? We're not
When did we retain y'all?
in December of 2018.
So in December of 2018, we retained y'all for this.
Yeah. Well, there was some,
When
can I
did-
just clarify? There was some other assessment work that led to that. So this particular piece of work has started in January of this year.
Of 2019. So a month later than
No. 2020.
2020.
Yep.
Now, when did LSU reach out to the existing already? So when did the university reach out to the existing cooperative endeavor agreement entities to ask them to give us a proposal to do this that would give us a shorter timeline, a quicker ability to start doing this work than the 18-month process? When did we first reach out to those cooperative endeavor agreement folks?
I'm going to have to ask the doctor.
And while he's coming up, I need to add to a question, if I may.
No problem.
Does anybody at LSU, not KPMG, does anybody at LSU know what the needs are for real, so we don't have to keep going through these meetings and drawing out and figuring out? Does anybody know? So it won't take 6 months and 18 months
I'm
for
gonna let-
KPMG to be.
Yes, I'm going to let
moving this
Mr.
ball.
Lombardo speak to that.
Yes, sir, Mr. Temple. We have those capabilities. KPMG brings a much wider bandwidth. We do know at a high level what our needs are. Obviously we know what our capacities are. We know what our tonnage usage is and electrical usage is. We know what our redundancies are not, and we know what all equipment is approaching or beyond its usable life. So we've consolidated all of that information, yes.
So based on your professional knowledge, do we have 18 months to 2 years to continue to figure out how to get this done?
I think we spend the next 3 months packaging the knowledge base on the technical details. I think that after that, it's a very complex solution that the campus needs. It's not as simple as just looking around the powerhouse and just replacing like for like. We've got to meld a solution into the strategic master plan of the campus and know at what time certain equipment needs to come online and be ready for the rest of the institution's needs, and when buildings open, when the cap outlay for individual buildings comes our way, all such as that. So the negotiation side is probably the largest window or milestone that we will hit.
Dan, can you get back to my question, which was when did we first, and just to orient us, we're saying now KPMG has been engaged since 2018. We've already invited, I suspect, but you'll give us the answer, middle to end of 2019 is when we, as I recall, invited the CEA folks to give us a proposal. But can you tell us when was that?
Yes, sir. And by way of background, we talked very generically about the CEAs. So just for the members of the board, there are 2 existing cooperative endeavor agreements. It is cold, isn't it?
It's freezing.
Shouldn't be up here talking about how our chillers are bad.
People in Lake Charles would enjoy some of this air conditioning right now.
We would love to pump some of it to them. There are 2 cooperative endeavor agreements that are in place that provide a potential opportunity for us outside of a competitive process. The first is a cooperative endeavor agreement that has been in place for since back in the 1990s with Enwave. They operate the utilities generation power plant down at the Health Science Center, New Orleans. The second one is a cooperative endeavor agreement that the state entered into with Louisiana Energy Partners last September, or September of 2019, that included, and it was a cooperative endeavor agreement for them to manage the Shaw Center in downtown Baton Rouge. But as part of that cooperative endeavor agreement, they included an opt-in provision, which allows potentially state agencies, public universities, public colleges and universities to opt in to that agreement without going through a full competitive process. So those are the 2 just for, and in December is when we reached out to Louisiana Energy Partners. We had already been contemplating the competitive process that's being discussed here. Because that opportunity presented itself, we thought, let's go down 2 paths. While we're exploring the competitive process, as Ian said in January, we did the market sounding. Let's see what they might come back with. No promises to either proposer, and we also reached out to Enwave, which is the New Orleans CEA.
Thank you. That's helpful. Okay. And so it sounds like then, and Dan, look, it was smart of you to examine the dual tracks, because we're looking at the public bid, potential if we need that, but we're also potentially availing ourselves of the time efficiencies and some of the red tape that, since I've been on this board, we've been looking to cut through in order to meet some of our capital needs. So if we could explore whatever procurement process might be necessary, if we couldn't get to something satisfactory with the cooperative endeavor agreements, made sense. At the same time, we have going our top cooperative endeavor partners also submitting proposals, just in case we are able to take advantage of the significant time and money savings of going that route. And so I guess, and that's why we're hung up at the procurement schedule part of this. And when I look at the resolution in the packet, it seems to me that we are jumping ahead before we have run that CEA cooperative endeavor agreement route into the ground. In other words, both you mentioned two companies, I think Enwave and Louisiana something or another, Energy Partners. You mentioned two companies, both of whom submitted proposals. Am I correct that neither of those proposals were something that LSU wanted to jump on right then and there? Is that fair?
I'll let Ian speak to that question.
So your question is LSU ready to execute on one of those?
Yeah.
One of those proposals?
Yeah.
We have been through, as we've discussed, we've been through an evaluation of those relative to the goals that we've outlined. I think, in short, there are a number of issues that would need to be resolved to before you got to a contract, before you move forward with any of the state approvals, which would be needed with these as well. I think it has to be noted. Before you could say, yes, those proposals are in the best interest of LSU.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And I think everybody around this table only wants to do what's in the best interest of LSU. So you framing it in that term is exactly what we want to hear. And so it seems to me, though, that what we've done is we've missed a step. That we invited our Endeavor Agreement partners to submit proposals, and those proposals don't quite fit the best interest of LSU. So then we jump into procurement process and abandoning the 1 year or more of time savings and all the money savings that go along with that. Not to mention, we could start working on providing modern utilities on LSU sooner rather than later. We've missed the step of going to the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement partners and saying, look, thank you for your proposal, for the time, money, energy, and effort you put in after we invited you to come forward. And however, your proposal doesn't quite hit the best interests of LSU. Let's negotiate a deal with the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement partners, whichever one of those fits our need. Let's try to negotiate a deal before we go through this, before we say, oh my goodness, it'll be 2 years before we can get this done now, before we just abandon that. What's wrong with going to the existing CEA folk who are already here, who've already been invited to do this by the university, not the other way around, and negotiating with them a deal that is in the best interest of LSU? And if we can't, because a proposal is just a proposal, if we can't get to a deal that we like, then we go to the 2 year, oh my goodness, it's gonna be a long time before we can fix this process.
One question in conjunction with that. Do we have any records as to how efficient these two entities have performed so far in their responsibilities as CEAs?
So I don't know about their work on the Shore Center, certainly from Louisiana Energy Partners, and maybe Tony could speak to the medical center.
Mr. Williams, can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah.
You understand my question? I asked the question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You understand my question?
No, can you restate that?
I'm just asking, do we have any capacity to evaluate what these entities have performed so far and whether or not it's been satisfactory to any degree?
We certainly have that for one. That we've been in partnership with for over 20 years at Health Sciences Center, New Orleans. The other CEA is with the state of Louisiana, not with us. And I don't recall the date when that one was. September of 19. And we have no oversight over that one. So I can't comment on that one.
All right.
Why? That's all. I'll yield to Robert. I have a few more questions, but I'll yield to Robert.
I just wanted to ask, if we lose 6 months on the front end of this deal, don't we also gain 6 months on the back end of the deal? Where when we're dealing with this problem 30 years from now is my first question.
30 years from now, Dan Lazelle will have us on better financial footing, so we won't be in the same financial.
But I mean,
I say that in jest.
technically,
Go ahead.
Carry on.
Yeah, that was perhaps not artfully put, but in other words, if we're putting Band-Aids on things 6 months from now and we delay our shiny new thing 6 months, we also do gain 6 months on the back end, right?
I think that there is some merit to that. I think on the
And then,
yeah.
you know, you guys are experts and you deal with this all the time. And I sat through, I think, at least 4 briefings with the KPMG folks, and we appreciate your work. But I asked the same question every time. And my question was, and I asked everybody on the panel, will LSU be better served by going through a public bid process in your opinion? And universally, the answer was yes.
And that is my position here today. I agree with that.
And I also want to, because I've been down in the weeds on this a little bit, and I have the greatest respect for my dearest friend, Mr. Williams. But when he said a minute ago, and I don't like in getting his wrath, which I probably will, but when he said the deal, particularly one of the deals, doesn't quite fit, it's a long way from not quite fitting, because the way I looked at it, my technical expert, Tony, didn't really like it. My financial guy, Dan, didn't really like it. And there was an awful lot of things about it we didn't like. And there was something about we have to hurry up and rush and do this because of a tax deal. My friend, Mr. Brown, who knows a lot about building things in tax deals, told me it was something of a fiction. And so I just want to say publicly, I have more comments I can make at various times in response to various points, but I am very committed. My personal belief is that it ought to be a public bid process. I will be, good Lord willing, the chairman at the end of this meeting. And if my point of view does not prevail, then I will in absolute good faith and collaborative spirit with my friends, appoint a committee to negotiate a deal in absolute good faith. Everybody has my commitment to that. Because I am committed to LSU making the best deal, and that I do believe, without being too repetitive, that the public bid process is the way to go. And that's all I'll say right now. Thank you.
I'm not sure why we're singling out one proposal over the other. Right now, all we're talking about, there are 2 different CEA partners, two different proposals. My good friend and soon-to-be chair, Robert Danff, phrases it as a deal, but it's not a deal, right? It's a proposal, correct?
That's correct.
And so rather than sit here and pick apart, we don't like this about the proposal, we don't like that proposal. I mean, Pat Morrow, Glenn Armentar, and I, Remy, those of us who do lawyering work, our first proposal is never the deal. I'm sure the business folk around the table may say the same thing, right? That the first proposal is never the deal. So even though the proposals we have right now from 2 different partners, not to pick on one deal over the other, right now we're just keeping it all open. The 2 CEAs we have right now have both given us proposals, and there's nothing stopping us, right, from negotiating the deal we want with one of our CEA partners, thereby, if we don't fix this utility modernization, there might not be an LSU at the back end of this deal, or they might be using fans to fan themselves because we don't have equipment. So we need, as I understand it, Tony Lombardo didn't come and say, you know what, we can do something at the back end because all this equipment is great. Tony Lombardo's telling me, man, this stuff could go out any minute and we need to jump on this right away. So if time's of the essence and we've got a procedural mechanism that allows us to do this more efficiently, quickly, if possible. Again, nobody here wants to do a bad deal. We have the best general counsel in America sitting over there. He will never let us do a bad deal. So I guess my question is, can't we try, put forth the effort, roll up our sleeves, and try to go back to the cooperative endeavor agreement partners without just saying, you know what, 2 years, whatever. Go back to them and say, you know what, there's some advantage to the time savings. We can use this procedure, but your deal isn't quite what we're looking for, and try to negotiate the best deal for LSU on the best time frame for LSU. If we gave ourselves, for example, until the end of the year, because there's not just some tax credit stuff. Let's not minimize what's out there. The CARES Act provides that potentially the person who gets, the company who gets this agreement can get a hundreds of millions or at least a 9-figure tax refund that could inure to the benefit of LSU. Maybe not, because we haven't perfected a deal, but that's on the table, and that goes away as on the table at the end of the year. So why wouldn't we take the time between now and the end of the year and say, okay, CEA partners, let's try to do a deal with you that is in the best interest of LSU and keeps us on a very great timeline. And if we can't get it done by the end of the year, then we go out to public bid and we say, well, we tried, but at this point, we haven't made that effort. Can't we do that? What I'm proposing?
Mr. Williams, I learned my lesson from the other day, so I'm going to answer your question directly.
Thank you, Dan.
As opposed to take the political route and try to kick it down the road. Yes, the short answer is yes. You're right. There is a negotiation. There is the opportunity to negotiate, but there are also legal and procedural risks associated with that. And I would like to call on my good colleague, Winston DeQueer, to speak to specific risks if we do go down that path.
While Winston is coming up, why can't we create a wish list of what's in the best interest and negotiate off of that?
Sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah, let me, if I could just speak.
But why couldn't you create the same wish list and put it out for public bid?
Because we're doing it 2 years from now when all the equipment's down and we're working out of tents and all that kind of stuff.
Madam Chair, can I speak?
Yes, sir.
Can I speak? Well, Winston, you can answer the question. If you took 60 days, would that hurt anything? If we took 60 days, work with the CAs, if we can negotiate a deal, great. If we can't, then we jump to Robert's plan, which is the RFP. It's 60 days, and I think the CAs are looks like they're pretty far into the deal. If we can't cut a deal in 60 days, then let's jump to Robert's plan. But we give all the plans a proper vetting. And I think that time is of essence, but in y'all's opinion, would 60 days really hurt us?
Well, can I take them in?
Mr. DeQueer, you have a question from Mr.
Yeah,
Williams
I was
and a
gonna try to
question from
take 'em
Mr.
in order.
Mallett, so.
Yeah, I'm going to get to you, Mr. Mallett. I'd like to
Get to this council last.
take them in order. The first issue has to do with a significant legal issue I've shared with you, and that is both of the CEAs were designed for transactions that are much smaller in scope than what we're doing. Specifically, the Shaw Center CEA deals exclusively with chilled water management, and one component in our facility is power generation. And so one of the things we'd have to do is verify that a project manager for us and all the things we need fits within the scope of the CEA that gives them the authority to make a proposal to us. We've met with DOA about it. We've had concerns about it. DOA has concerns about it. But it's not insurmountable because they would tell us once we got the scope of a deal put together if they thought it fit. So there is a legal issue there.
What was the last thing you said?
I said it's not insurmountable because if we started down the negotiation path, DOA has asked us to brief them as we go along, not wait till the end and tell us what the deal is like. So as we attempted to massage a deal to fit what we needed, we would be briefing DOA. And if we didn't think it would fit within the CEA, we'd have to tell you. But there is an issue. And as we compared it, it's like, buying a bass boat and then we're trying to negotiate for an aircraft carrier. I mean, that's literally the difference in scope of the two transactions.
Wouldn't you know that within 60 days?
We should. It'd be close. I mean, it would take, I'm not going to minimize. I mean, we're really negotiating to build an aircraft carrier, for planes that we may not even understand what they look like right now. It's a very complicated transaction.
Winston, can I ask a question? Do you know how long the Shaw deal negotiation took? That's a That's an gnat's eyelash compared to LSU. Do you know how long it took to negotiate that deal?
Not exactly. I know
4
they spent,
years.
yeah, I know they spent more than a year on it because we were negotiating one at Southern at the same time. Now, jumping over to Mr. Mallett. Yeah, you were next.
Go ahead. I probably got a follow-up. Go ahead.
Yeah. There is no prohibition against doing this in 2 tracks. We could take 60 days and try our best to negotiate a deal with one of the proposers. And if it doesn't work out, it would simply push the RFP back 60 or 90 days.
60 days, 2 months to see if we
Yeah,
got a good
I would,
negotiable deal.
my suggestion would be if the board chose to go that route, you give us to the end of the year. I just, 6 weeks, 8 weeks is a very short amount of time. If the board wanted us to go that route, I would suggest.
I agree whatever you advise.
You give us, if
But in
you
your
wanted us
opinion-
to try, I would suggest you give us until the end of the year because what we have to look at is board meeting schedule. And you have a meeting in November, no meeting in December.
But Winston, I would agree to your advice, but just in your opinion, will this, waiting that long, will it really hurt us to try to cut this deal? Because as I understand it, if we go with the CAs, we can immediately enter into contract. If we go with the RFP way, we're down the road. And while I got the floor, what have we spent so far with the consultants, and what is it going to cost to continue down this path with the consultants?
So I can't talk to the cost. I don't know what we spent on the consultants, but I will tell you, we could, if the board chose to negotiate, we could negotiate. If we don't reach a deal we think is fair, we could turn around and do an RFP. The one thing the consultants will share with you, and they're right on this, is if we start the negotiating process and it doesn't work out, and then we go to an RFP process, you do have the tendency of chilling the market a little bit because the folks you negotiated with would also jump back in the RFP. And that's a risk you have, that folks would feel like, you know what, you might be using the competitive process to squeeze the folks you negotiated with a little harder to get a better deal. And that might chill.
Does anything keep you from starting the RFP process or make us accept whatever would happen in RFP and at the same time negotiate with the CA?
You couldn't do those simultaneously.
Couldn't do so.
Because if we wanted to negotiate in good faith with both companies and try to get the best deal we could, nobody would want to spend the money to submit or do the work these companies have done to submit a proposal, because the risk of having it not even be looked at would be too high.
So Dan, my other question, how much have we spent so far on consultants? And if we would go the RFP route, what do you project we'd spend there?
We have spent to date $2.5 million just on this part of the project, and we are forecasting up to $4 million. Now, I will tell you.
$4 million more?
No, in total. In total.
So 2.5 with another $1.5 million.
Right, but I will tell you, as part of this, either way that we go, it is our, and we've let both of them know, and we will let, if we go the competitive route, we will let the market know that we intend to have our out-of-pocket costs reimbursed at closing. So we will get the money back that we have put into this.
I have a motion I want to make. I want to make a motion. I move, and there can be a question on the motion, I guess. I move that we begin a negotiation with the existing CEA partners, if that's the right terminology, putting a deadline at the end of the year to reach a deal that we feel is in the best interest of LSU. If by the end of the year, we cannot reach a deal through the existing CEAs that is in the best interest of LSU, then at January 1, we move to a open procurement competitive process.
I happen to be chairman of this committee, so I'd like to ask our attorney, and you know parliamentary procedures 10 times more better than I do, but is it appropriate, because I think there's still discussion that we need to hear from our members before we go to a motion, but.
And I don't want to cut off the discussion. I was just.
Yeah. From a parliamentary standpoint, a member of the committee can make a motion. If the motion receives a second, the discussion would actually continue on that motion.
Okay.
So it's been second. I think I heard a second.
Mr. Chairman,
Can we identify the second,
Yeah,
please? Mr. Mallett.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Mr. Dan.
Thank you. I want to, as you know, I'm opposed to the motion, but in the spirit of fairness, I do want to say that we've had some conversation about the timing issues and when we're going to have meetings. We are now all adept at Zoom, and I'm not going to let that be I mean, if my point of view loses, that's the way it goes, no big deal. We're not going to let meetings cause us a problem because we have the capacity to have special meetings, and this is extraordinarily important, and this is an extraordinarily dedicated, wonderful group of folks, and we'll meet whenever we need to meet, whether we're in Zoom or in person or so forth. So I don't want, Mr. Starnes pointed that out, and I don't want that to be a problem.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a comment?
Can I finish
Sure.
one more point, please, Collins? But I do want to also point out, one of the things we've been told is we have to hurry up and do this to get this CARES Act money. My friend, Mr. Brown, doesn't agree with that assessment. But be that as it may, if it takes, if we get this done in the next 3 or 4 months, as Mr. Williams has suggested, hooray for us and great. I have some doubt about that, but be that as it may, if we agree on something on December 31st, we lose all the CARES Act benefit because we haven't made the purchases on that date. So we don't get these tax advantages that people are talking about, is my understanding. If anybody is qualified to speak to that, please do.
I think Mr. Temple next.
Mr. Brown, I just wanted to just make a general comment, and that is the advantage of taking this to the steps that one of our members made is that we will probably, as a body, individually, look at this thing a lot closer and make our own evaluations and assessments to make sure that we're all on a solid foundation. If we just push this down the road, we may just continue to have these guys that are at the mic here having meetings and negotiating at another level. So I just think it'll cause us all to be a little more vigilant and effective about deciding what really needs to happen. And I think we're all capable of figuring out the best deal for the future of Louisiana State University.
I have a question. If we're going to negotiate for 60 to 90 days, but our consultant from KPMG told us that it would take us 3 months to find out what we would want. My question is would we have time to be able to make an adequate deal in those 60 to 90 days? And then also, why do we not already know what we want out of this deal?
Could you make a deal? I mean, the short answer is yes. If you just roll over and accept the proposal on the table, I mean, yes, that could happen. But that
Which nobody's talking about, by the way. There's not one person in this room has said, take the deal that's on the table. So let's not say something different than is being said.
But a move away from that is to accept some sort of compromise that really is perhaps unaffordable or not is more expensive than you're currently paying.
And then can you answer my second question on to why we don't already know what we want from this deal?
We know the investments. We described the investments. I think the piece of work that it will start is how they get framed, how those service levels get framed over time. And some consultation with staff around and leadership and the board presumably around what that looks like. So that is the detail now, moving the concept into a technical framework. So that's the step. We've identified the concept and moving it into detailed language that allows a performance regime to be articulated.
And so why haven't we done that yet?
This is the evolution of the project. these were the next steps
Okay,
in the plan. So we just haven't reached
in the
that point
project,
yet.
we haven't reached that
It
point
hasn't
yet.
evolved to that point.
But you was engaged in 2018, right here. You was engaged in 2018?
Yeah, that's correct, but that was for a different part of scope. So that 2018 was about assessing the current
When was
situation.
this scope given to you?
Mr. Williams, did you
I
have a
think
comment?
January of 2020, Mr. Mallon.
Yeah.
Okay. $2 million, right? That's been spent on this part of the project already?
That's correct.
Okay, and we still don't know what we want out of the deal, right?
A lot of that time over the last 6 months has been evaluating the proposals.
So the answer is no, we don't know. After $2 million, because one of the things you said
We
was,
do
we don't know what, no, I'm going to finish the question first. One of the things you said was, we don't know what we want to do. In fact, you used inflammatory language like roll over and all this other stuff. We don't know what we want. But $2 million later, one of the biggest companies in the world that does this kind of thing, if we don't already know what we want, I feel a little funny about that. But what I am excited about is that you guys are robust enough, big enough, worldwide enough, where if it takes 3 months, you could put the effort into it to shrink that in half or less. Everybody around this table, if we've got a task to do and it has to be done in 3 months and they say, well, nope, now you got to do it in half the time, we know how to get that done. So if our lawyers and general counsel and president set out to negotiate the best deal for LSU, not a rollover, not a take it, not any of that other stuff you said, but the absolute best deal. Because if it's a rollover, any of that stuff you said, it ain't the best deal, it doesn't happen. And in January, we go to a public bid process. So everything we're saying is not bad deal. The only way we go through one of the CEAs, so we can be as clear as possible, the only way we ever use the existing CEAs to get this project done in a timely manner so it doesn't take 2 years and millions of dollars is if it's the best deal for LSU. There's no rollover, there's none of that. So all of this is predicated on best deal for LSU. It's only a matter of, do we try to do it by the end of the year and save time and money, or do we spread it out over 2 years and have the equipment fall apart?
And spend money.
I would like to make some comments, and I'll be happy to reserve that for someone else to comment, but I feel like there's some things I'd like to point out to the committee that have been discussed and during the last several months of reviewing this. So if y'all will allow me, I'll take a few minutes at this point. Mr. Dent referred to the CARES Act, and my understanding is that the CARES Act allows investment tax credits, not investment, accelerated depreciation, which would be applicable for a private company to take on the equipment and materials and maybe some other things, purchases if they're made this year. The CARES Act amended the current tax law to allow those accelerated depreciation to be taken back 5 years instead of the 1 that's in the tax law now. Now, they also can be taken 20 years forward. So I don't think any of us know what the financial tax picture of any of these companies are, but I would say that if we're I don't think we should make the decision based on the CARES Act. And if we don't think we'll make it for December 31st, that's not going to come into play anyway. And going forward, I think we'll be dealing with companies that are well financed and have tax losses or tax income that they could apply these losses to that would be proposing to us that they could take them either 1 year carryback or 20 years forward. So I think the CARES Act, as I understand it, is really not an issue with me that we should jump around to do that. And these are tax losses. So if a company gives us $100 million worth of credit against their tax losses, they're going to have to get it back from future profits. And so, I don't know how that would come into play with their proposal. So another thing I want to point out is, Mr. Williams, I understand, and you have some very good points and about moving forward, and I think that is certainly something we need to do, is expedite this process. I believe it should, I think the decision needs to be made not just on the financial side of this, but the technical side. And if you, regardless of who we get, there are immediate needs now that we can identify. And those are listed, I believe, as your short-term needs on your schedule. And then there's a midterm, and those are things that are to be identified later. Like, we know the power plant has certain upgrade requirements. We think there are upgrades for our collection system. We think there are upgrade opportunities for our buildings. And by the way, there's some tax credits available within the buildings too, if they're done within the program. But those are yet to be determined. And on the financial side of this, as I understand it, we need to tie down all the different cost factors. We can't tie down these costs, and he speaks of risk in here. You know, are we going to take the risk on the cost of improving the collection system? And if we do, then our partner is going to charge a fee on that. So we need to know if that's the criteria. We need to know what the fees are on all the partners. These partners will be hiring third parties to do the work, in many cases, consultants and so forth. We need to know what the fees are going to be down the line, because ultimately, whether it's a committed price from our partner, our private partner, we're going to pay for it. LSU is going to pay for it, either over a period of time or through potential savings, and it come out of the operating budget if the savings aren't there. So there's a lot of financial issues that need to be answered, but the technical side of it, the installation and the construction, a lot of it is still to be determined. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that would be determined with our partner, and those costs would be brought to us over a period of time on how we, I would assume, how the deal however it's structured. But I don't think we should go forward. I think we're premature to negotiate with one or both of these offers at this point, because we don't know what we want. That goes back, we don't, and I think we need to let KPMG do their study, which they said would take 2 to 3 months, I believe, to come up with the technical items that we need to address on what we're going to do to upgrade this system. And we also don't know what the future brings for LSU in future expansion of our, of our growth needs here because of COVID. So that's something that's kind of, fuzzy, I think, to all of us, what's going to happen here with online versus in-person classes and so forth. I think that my recommendation or my position is that this procurement process we're going through is a way to go. Let's let KPMG, which are under contract, finish their list of items that we need to do. What do we need to do? What do we want? Go out and to those 15 offers that have, or at least companies that have been interested, and see which ones were best qualified, and give them those criteria. Let them come back to us, and then we would. I think in the process, the last thing is negotiation. We picked 3 out of there, or 4, I don't know how many, 2, but we have a competitive selection process that turns into a negotiated process. Once those 2 or 3 are shortlisted, then we would go work with them to come up, let them have their final best offer, work with the best decisions, best ideas in our final offering. Because I don't think our consultants, and Tony, not trying to take away from you, I think you know this inside out. I don't think any of us know what this group of these experts in these businesses know about what we need, what are out there that we can do. So I think by going through this process, we're going to gather information. We're going to come out with a better solution on what we want, and it's going to be better for LSU, and it's going to be lower cost over the long run. In my experience in construction for 50 years, I have, you can go and you can hand a job to someone right off the bat, let them determine what the scope is and what the price is, or you can have some competitive process to it, and then you can negotiate. And I find out that the latter is the best, because everybody will sharpen a pencil and try to do their very best job to get that. Now, speaking of the short list, I know if we go through this process, there's no commitment on who those shortlist contractors would be. But I would suspect that we have a relationship with one of them. So, and this is, and typically I would think this would be scored, and past experience might be some points. Being in Louisiana might be points. Their pricing certainly ought to be, what they charge for their services. You put all this on a tab, what's their technical solution? What's their experience? The KPMG folks said to us the other day on one of these calls, and we've had multiple calls. And I really think it's been good for our board to really delve into this and have an active part. I appreciate Dan and Tony for arranging that. But what are the factors on making the selection? And they need to be developed, not just because of the financial side of it, because we may do great on the financial side of a selection right now, but we may end up paying for it in 30 years because we don't know what the costs are going to be in going forward year by year, and improvements that have to be made that aren't identified on the front end, aren't done on the front end, efficiencies, equipments, and so forth. And so I would think that these two offers that we have would have a leg up on getting on the short list. And I think that if we'll allow them to go ahead, KPMG, to finish their 3 months of work to tell us what we're going to do, then we go get the short list and then move on. We'll all understand better what we're getting, and I firmly believe that we'll get better price solutions, and it'll be a lower cost solution for LSU in the long run if we will go through this competitive, negotiated process. So I'd be happy to anybody to comment on what I've said, or I'll answer any questions that I might have.
Mr. Brown, I happen to be in the construction business too. I never take a possible bid and not entertain looking at it. I've never done that.
Not anything what? I'm sorry.
I've never not looking at a potential bidder in any part of a contract without fulfilling everything I want to see. I don't disagree with you that the competitive bid process would be proper. You have to understand, remind ourselves, we asked these people to go forward. Now, if I ask someone to help me bid a project, I feel a little encumbered that I would let them have an opportunity to perform. Now, I'm of the opinion that we give them an opportunity. I pick 60 days. James wants to the end of the year. Let's go 90 days. Now, as far as the CARE Act goes, I don't think anybody at this table is qualified to answer exactly what that is. But in the process of negotiating, we will get to the bottom of that. There are experts in that field who can tell us what we're going to get in a CARE Act program. Does it exist? I don't know. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But I still believe we have an obligation, being we ask them to go forward to bring a proposal. And I don't think it's too much to ask. I don't think we lose too much time in 60 days. You want to go 90 days, that's fine. I think that these people are prepared to do it in 60 days. And I think 60 days is plenty. I mean, if y'all want to go 90, fine. I think they can do it in 60 days. And if we can't come up with something that's good for LSU, then we go to where you're talking about. And I totally agree with you there. But I just feel we have an obligation, being we solicited him to go forward. I don't think it would be right. I think it's very unfair. And what have we got to lose if we went 60 days? You're talking about 8 weeks. That's not going to kill us. It's an opportunity to see, is this a good deal? Is it not a good deal? We have a very astute attorney. He can get the experts on the CARE Act. They can review it. And if it's not a good deal, that's fine. But I still believe we owe them, and we're obligated, being Dan, ask them to go forward. And I've seen the email, Dan.
And Dan, let me ask you this. On that point, we spent a lot today. Number one, I want to keep in the front of our mind that there is a significant benefit to doing this efficiently. Every project on this campus that's been done in the last 5 to 10 years, we've tried to find ways to not go through the old slow procurement process. We've tried to find ways to cut through red tape to make things happen for LSU efficiently. And this is an opportunity to at least make the effort that Lee is talking about. On the point of we don't know what we want, I'll go back to the point Mr. Mallett was just making. If we didn't know what we wanted, then why would we solicit these two CEA partners to waste their time and money and energy to give us a proposal if we had no idea what we wanted? That's somewhat rhetorical because I think, Dan, the answer should be that we did have some idea of what we wanted because that's why we invited someone to participate. We didn't say to our existing CEA partners, we don't want a proposal because we don't know what we want. We said, man, please come forward. We asked these companies who are already doing business to please come forward. Come look at our property. Come look at everything. Come give us a proposal. So we knew something we wanted. We knew enough to ask them to propose. And so I would simply say I agree with what Lee's saying. Let's at least make the effort. And if all these things we're talking about don't materialize, if by the end of the year we can't have the technical expertise to figure out what we want, or by the end of the year we can't get a handle on the financing, or any of these other issues remain outstanding at the end of our negotiation period, then that means we don't have a deal and we go. But right now we're cutting this off prematurely without, as Lee said, running it through to its logical conclusion.
And can we insist on a thermostat with whoever exists?
I'd like to amend James's motion to, rather than 60 days, 90 days. If you accept that.
Mine was end of the year, but I'll accept the amendment to make it 90 days. But Winston, you have any input on that? Does 90 days, end of the year, make a difference to what you have to do negotiation-wise?
There's only a couple weeks difference between 90 days and the end of the year.
All right, so I'll accept the amendment to 90 days. Can I call the question?
Do we need to vote on the amendment? Help me out here.
If it's a friendly amendment and accept it.
Okay, so well, is there any other discussion? I think it's important that we have certainly different views, and anyone else have any good information? Anyone else have any discussion?
Can you repeat the resolution with the amendment?
My motion would be that with the amendment would be that we start now, instead of start now with this procurement process they've outlined, we begin now negotiating with the existing cooperative endeavor agreement partners with a deadline of 90 days. And if we can get to a deal that is in the best interest of LSU that everyone wants to do within 90 days, then we do that deal through the CEAs, taking advantage of the dramatic time and money savings doing that. If we can't get a deal done in 90 days, then we automatically revert to the public procurement process.
So that's December.
Competitive procurement.
December the 12th.
Okay, is
yes,
that,
sir.
Mr. Williams?
And there was, yeah, so that's
your, excuse me, Mr. Williams, is that your motion?
So that's my restatement of the motion with the amendment I
Do
accepted.
we have it clear what the motion is?
I have one final question for our consultant from KPMG. Our general counsel brought up earlier that we were concerned about going, if we went this process, there would be some concern that if we were to go with the open bidding process later, it would hurt the market because it would look like we would be using that as a negotiation tactic. How big of a fear is that for you? Or how big of a fear should that be for the board when considering this motion?
I think it's real. I think people will look to the board. People will look to the decisions of the board to be able to gauge their interest. And I think that's so. You could not do a twin track. I mean, I think that is perfectly well stated. I think the intentions of the board will be read and dissected, yeah, it's a real risk. But I think if we can dispose of one, or come to a conclusion, and then we can move into another process. But it will take some. I think it will take some explanation, some marketing to make it to get everyone comfortable.
All right, thank you. Well, then I'm in favor of seconding Mr. Williams' motion.
And a point of order that, thank you, Mr. Cox, point of order that the general counsel just pointed out to me, this is not, we still will need, I will have a piggyback motion behind this that still refers the the intent to lease to the proper foundation, just subject to the motion I just made, if that makes any sense. So thank you. So a motion is, I got called, like to call it.
And hold,
Can I call the question?
as a parliamentary matter, I believe Mr. Temple seconded the motion, but Mr. Cox wants to also second, so he can simply be added to the minutes.
Okay.
Can I call the question? How do we call it?
Call the question is technically a motion to close debate, which is a non-debatable motion. So you could make a motion to close debate with a second, and then you would vote on that. Debate would be closed, and then you would vote on the underlying motion.
Mr. DeQueer, can I get a clarification from something Mr. Williams just said, just so I understand? So you're saying even with this, with the amended, with your amendment, you're still recommending that this be referred to the Real Estate Facilities Foundation?
Yes, but subject to the parameters we set forth in the motion. In other words, your original resolution referred it to the Real Estate Foundation for a competitor. Instead, we're going to refer it subject to the motion that's on the table if it passes.
Okay, so you're still recommending that it goes to the Real Estate Facilities Foundation, but just under the new terms?
That would actually be a second motion dependent upon the first motion's vote.
Right. I was just forecasting that for everyone.
Okay, so thank you.
Well, are we ready to vote on that motion?
Yes, so.
Could we restate it just?
Yeah, it sounds like a motion to end debate is not necessary. So if there's no more debate, we would be voting on Mr. Williams' original motion that he just stated.
As amended?
As amended.
As amended by
And
Mr.
do we need to restate that, or is everyone comfortable? Mr. Mallett, you're okay with the amendment as?
I'm okay.
Okay, then you can call the vote on the original amended motion.
Okay. Let's,
And
okay.
as a reminder, this is committee members only voting at this time.
Okay, well, let's, would you please call the roll? Excuse me. Are there any objections to the motion that Mr. Williams has amended and made? Are there any objections to that? I will voice an objection. And so with that, we need a roll call vote. Is correct?
Sure, we can call the roll. Mr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Mallett?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Starnes?
Yes.
Mr. Temple?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Zuschlag?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay.
I'd like to make a second motion that refers this matter to the Real Estate Foundation, subject to the motion we just passed.
Is there discussion on that motion?
I need a
Mr.
second,
Williams,
I think.
if I could make a suggestion to the wording of your motion, that you could say, the wording should be that the president's authorized to execute a notice of intent to lease subject to the parameters of the prior motion.
So moved. I need a second if anybody.
Second.
Okay. So are we ready? Is any of,
I have a question about that. In our packet, we have some information, some documents regarding, is this motion adopting what's in that packet, or is this something completely different?
All of those documents, it's one document that's a notice of intent to lease the facility structures to the foundation, and the foundation would actually enter.
Is that what we're doing by this motion, or is this something different?
No. By this motion, you would be authorizing the president to enter a notice of intent to lease with the foundation, subject to the parameters of the motion the committee just adopted. So they would be revised to reflect the committee's intent.
Okay. But in the documents, it describes a group of people who were to negotiate or whatever. Is
That was for a competitive process. All of that would have to be changed.
So all that's going to be changed?
Yes.
That was my question. Thank you.
any other discussion? Any objection to do we need to restate the motion? Everybody clear? If not, any objection to the motion? Hearing none, then the motion passes. Is,
I'm not walking out. I just got to go thaw out. I don't want you.
okay. Okay. I think that.
We're going to take a break, Mr. Wood.
I'd like to comment that Mr. Woods has abstained from participating and voting in this on this issue. At this time, if there's not any other matters before the property committee, then our meeting will be concluded, and I would ask for a motion to close out the property committee. Mr. Temple, motion.
Second.
Mr. Morris, second. So, any objection? If not, our meeting, committee meeting is. I don't think there are any other matters on our committee besides this, right? So
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Brown, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate the debate and the time you've all given to this matter. At this time, the committees are going to recess for the lunch break and everybody to go warm up a little bit. We'll
That's called
convene
the
back.
motion to thaw.
Yeah, we'll reconvene in about 30 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is like a 3-minute warning if everybody can come back to their place.
Ask for that motion. Oh, okay. Yeah, I would love to. You know, so I would like to.
I think we're ready to continue. Thanks, everyone, for your for sticking around with us while we continue today's meeting. Mr. Blossman, would you please convene the Affiliated Organization Oversight Committee?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Griffith, please call the roll.
Mr. Blossman,
Here.
Mrs. Starnes,
Here.
Mr. Armenter,
Here.
Mr. Brown,
Here.
Mr. Damp,
Here.
Mr. Mallett,
Here.
Mr. Morris,
Here.
Mr. Morrow,
Here.
Mr. Temple.
Here.
Mr. Blossman is a quorum.
Thank you. Since all of the next 6 items are on the same template, I'm going to consider them at the same time and intend to conduct a single vote to approve them all.
So moved.
Oh. Do you want any? Lee's ready to get out of here. I was going to ask Winston to give a quick, very brief overview.
These are simply the first group of uniform affiliation agreements that have been executed by several of our foundations. They're based on the template that the board approved earlier this year, I believe at the March 6th meeting. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
So moved. All right, I'll ask for the motion by Lee. Do we have a second? Second. Mr. Morrow seconds. Any discussion? All right, without objection, it's approved. Now it's time to conclude the meeting. I'll ask for a motion to conclude the Affiliate Organization Committee.
So moved.
Second. It's moved and seconded. I hope Ms. Griffiths got who did it. It was that fast. Any objection? All right. Meeting is concluded. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Blossman. The recess of the board has ended, and the board will now return to regular order. For our approval are the minutes of the board meetings held on August 14th, 2020. These minutes were previously provided to board members. Are there any questions on the minutes? I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I move.
Who made the motion? I'm sorry.
I did.
Thank you.
Richard.
Any objection? Without objection, the motion carries. At this time, I'll ask Professor Robinson to present the report on behalf of the faculty advisors.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the board, the various administrators from all of the campuses, our secretaries, OIT, custodians, and all the other support staff that has enabled us to continue teaching this semester. We have 6 issues that we'd like to bring before you all. First, the faculty request a consistent plan for annual cost of living raises. I was glad that Dan brought that issue up today. There is general frustration with the oft-repeated message that it is up to the faculty to increase enrollment and retention, as well as graduation rates to secure basic expectation of a healthy employer-employee relationship, a cost of living each year. Faculty have worked tirelessly and without complaint in extraordinarily trying circumstances. Despite these challenges, metrics have met and surpassed previous years. In summary, while faculty exceed expectations and goals, administration fails to provide reasonable or thoughtful plan to ensure basic cost of living increases. LSU seems to view faculty remuneration as an afterthought. The faculty request that appropriate recognition of extraordinary success in sharp contrast to the nationwide trends and plans for annual and reasonable cost of living raises. Secondly, Baton Rouge Faculty Senate passed Resolution 2003, pathway to censure removal at the April meeting. Please note that the LSU Baton Rouge was placed on the American Association of Universities censure list at the 2012 annual meeting. It has remained on this list despite at least one failed attempt by administration to address the censure issues with the association. LSU's 8-year continuous presence on the AAUP's censure list is not appropriate for a top-tier R1 university. Quite simply, it does reflect a healthy or functional relationship between faculty administration or a healthy work environment. The faculty request a meeting between the LSU Baton Rouge Faculty Senate President, the interim LSU President, and the Chair of the Board of Supervisors to devise a basic strategy to satisfy the concerns of the AAUP and remove our LSU from censure by the most respected body of faculty governance in the nation. Third, during the statewide shutdown, LSU faculty were requested to provide costs incurred due to the inability to access laboratories and other workspaces. Information was shared as requested. However, at present, plans have not been shared about helping faculty to recover the losses. On a related note, since the university has become self-insured, there has been numerous reports from faculty that claims are lost, severely delayed, or simply not addressed. These issues further devalue our faculty. Faculty request action on the COVID-related and unrelated claims. Next, neither LSU First nor the Office of Group Benefits provides maternity care for insured dependents. The LSU Baton Rouge Faculty Senate passed Resolution 2004, Gender Inequality in Health Insurance Benefits, at the August meeting. Lack of coverage for basic medical need of approximately 50% of insured dependents is unacceptable. The faculty request that this action item be given the highest priority in all future insurance negotiations and added to consideration by the LSU Diversity Roadmap Steering Committee. Next, it was noted, in fact, this past week on National Public Radio that there had been professors' lectures that had been taken and put up on YouTube and used by other instructors. This has been a major problem, particularly since our crisis when everybody had to put lectures in a format where students could access them remotely. We certainly need a policy statement that would stringently protect university professors' lectures from being usurped in this fashion. And lastly, oh boy, lastly, it would be awfully nice if all of the faculty advisory committee be able to attend the Board of Supervisors meetings rather than just one member. We get together at this time and discuss issues at each of our campuses and possible solutions. This is only just over half a dozen members, 8 members, I believe. In fact, we have that many vacant chairs here now. So it would be rather appropriate to give a priority to allowing all of our members to attend this meeting rather than just one single member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This Council of Staff Advisors provided their report to supervisors in writing. You should have received it previously this week. I would just like to highlight the work that they are doing along with many organizations across all campuses to support donations and recovery efforts to all those areas affected by Hurricane Laura, and thank them for that, the time and effort in those actions. Next, we will move to personnel actions requiring board approval. We don't have any actions today. However, I would like to turn the floor over to our General Counsel, Mr. DeQueer, for an introduction he would like to make to the board.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to introduce the board to our General Counsel in Shreveport, Mr. Carranza Pryor. His personal action was approved in April. Carranza, come up so you can say a few words. Although he's not an LSU alum, he has an undergraduate degree from Harvard and a law degree from Yale. So we believe he is more than amply qualified to help out our legal team. Thank you, Corinne. If you'd say a few words to the board.
Just want to say thank you, Winston, Chair, the board. It's a privilege to be here. I'm from Shreveport, so this is really coming home. As I was told someone moments ago, my first job in high school was as an intern at LSU Medical School in Shreveport, so it's coming full circle. I particularly appreciate the efforts of Mr. Brown and Dr. Ghali to give me an opportunity to come back, and I've been there since May, and look forward to continuing to work with you and to support the institution in our joint mission. Thank you.
Can I make a brief comment? I have a number of lawyer friends in Shreveport who speak extremely highly of this gentleman. I know he's a really, really smart guy and a great lawyer. I haven't heard of those, what was it, Harvard and Yale? I'm not familiar with those folks, but I'm sure they're good schools, and so I'm sure you're well trained.
You're taking a chance on me. I appreciate it.
I'd like to just add that we sure welcome Kranz and his family, and it's so important for us to have places for young people to come back to Louisiana when they get out and get a little experience somewhere else. And so we really appreciate the investment that he and his family are making in Louisiana and at LSU particularly. Thank you.
I got a question. Where were you before you came back here? Where were you working? Give us a little rundown on other than Harvard and Yale.
So just prior, I was working in Atlanta, Georgia. My wife, while it's actually from Baton Rouge, her family's father is from here. They've been in Atlanta for a number of years, and so I was there practicing. Primarily, my practice has been in litigation, business litigation. I've always wanted, from the time I graduated high school, my intention's always been to come back to Louisiana. I had always been moved by the fact that so many people seem to leave and not return, and I wanted to come back. It's home, and I'm glad to be back.
You went to Captain Shreve?
I went to Captain Shreve High School, the Gators, yes.
Mr. Temple, his wife was a Barranco, and his father-in-law is Greg Barranco.
Cousin. Cane River people. Gotcha.
Dr. Guy asked me to say a little bit more. My wife, Evelyn, is an internal medicine physician, and actually she's in Shreveport interviewing at LSU Health Science Center now. She has a breadth of experience. She's an internist, but she's been a medical director of a behavioral health hospital. She, before going into private practice, was in academic work, and Grady Hospital in Atlanta has done a lot of work on hypertension and population studies. So hope is that there's also a place for her there, and she'd be returning to her roots as well.
Dr. Ghali, put in a good word if you can, please.
My wife's from Baton Rouge. Her family, Barrancos is the name, if any of you who from this area or South Louisiana, Lafayette even know that name. I think there's a YMCA here in Baton Rouge with her grandfather, I guess his grandfather's name on it. And they are also big supporters of Southern University. That's where my father-in-law attended school. And my mother-in-law, actually my wife's mother, Juanita Powell Barranco, was in the second group of black students to graduate from LSU Law School. I didn't put that well, but so she was, and she also was an undergraduate here as well. So, and we have a niece who's a sophomore here. So I, through family, have real strong ties to the university as well. Last time I actually was on campus, probably was in high school and going to Boys State, but I had great memories of my time here personally as well.
Automobile Barrancos. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you so much and welcome. We're so glad to have you. This month we have 2 reports to accept. These reports include the fourth quarter information report and semi-annual report. They have been previously provided to the board. I will accept a motion to accept the required reports and the board meeting dates, which have also been provided to you. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Ms. Jones? Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Armentor? Is there any objection? Without objection, the reports are adopted. At this time, I will entertain one motion to approve all committee recommendations that were presented for board approval today. I understand that Mr. Blossman and Mr. Woods will abstain from item 5 on the property and facilities agenda. Is there a motion to approve all items with those 2 abstentions noted?
So moved.
Mr. Mallett and second by Mr. Temple. Is there any opposition to the approval? Without any, the committee reports are adopted. At this time, Interim President Galligan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. And before I get into my report, I'd like to ask us to take just a moment to observe Patriot Day. I'm sure that every one of us remembers exactly where they were 19 years ago when we witnessed the deadliest terrorist attack in world history. So join me, please, in a moment of silence to honor and remember the nearly 3,000 people who were killed and the more than 6,000 who were injured in the terrorist attacks of September 11th, 2001. Thank you. Our thoughts today are also with everyone who was impacted by Hurricane Laura, and especially those who suffered the greatest losses and are still in the earliest stages of a long journey of rebuilding and recovery. 7 of the 8 institutions in our LSU family were fortunate to have experienced only relatively minimal impact from Laura. LSUA suffered more serious damage to the roof of its largest academic building, Mulder Hall, and was forced to close until this past Tuesday. Paul, I know you're back at it, and keep us posted as to the progress. We're all here to support you. As I reflect, 8 months have passed since I took the role of interim president of LSU, and I would say these 8 months have been unusual by any measure, each of them historic in their own way. We started with a national championship, followed closely by the emergence of a pandemic that shuttered the world and sent all of us deep into the virtual environment. Then and now, we address significant issues of racial justice and calls for meaningful change. Throughout, we persevered and we took positive and real steps to improve. When I took the helm, I committed to a course of stability, progress, and transparency. I'm proud to say that despite the many curveballs that these 8 months have thrown our way, we are still holding true to that past, even though stability has required us to hold on and a good deal of balance. I'd like to thank the board for its positive evaluation. It is an honor to serve, and I'm grateful to you, but I'm especially grateful to the incredible staff, faculty, and students with whom I work. They prop me up constantly, so thank you to all my friends. While I'm proud of the amount of work that our community has put into returning to campus, I continue to be concerned about the rise in positive COVID-19 cases that we've seen, particularly at the flagship. We knew that the number wouldn't be 0, even though we hoped it would, but we've seen an increase in numbers after we began ramping up our testing capabilities on campus at the beginning of the semester. We urge everyone, please, we can't see the numbers to continue to increase. We've got to keep doing the things that we're doing, wearing our masks, practicing physical distancing, coughing and sneezing into our elbows, and if we're coughing and sneezing too much, I think we should stay home. Washing our hands, monitoring our symptoms. Equally important is frequent testing. Many of those infected are asymptomatic and spread the virus unknowingly to their friends, their family, their coworkers, and their peers. Throughout our partnership with Relief Telemed, we've established 4 testing centers on campus that are open 7 days a week. If you have LSU First Health Insurance, the tests are free. We also have 2 sites that the National Guard are operating through a partnership with the state. And soon we'll have an additional testing lab available in our own School of Veterinary Medicine. To be as transparent as we possibly can be, we're updating the number of positive cases reported to us on our website 3 days a week. We will update today at 4 p.m. As of today, we have 704 cases since the start of school. 677 of those are students and 27 of those are employees. I will say that that number is 31 more cases than it was on Wednesday. So you think, well, that's the lowest uptick we've seen in 10 days. But I think that also urges me to say to everybody again, go get tested, go get tested, go get tested. I don't tell this story to cause panic or alarm, but to be just perfectly clear about where we're at. But I would also remind everybody, a single statistic does not tell the whole story. Our population of students, faculty, and staff on our campus alone is 40,000. We also have to consider that we're much less dense in terms of population than we normally are because a significant number of our classes are hybrid or remote. And students who are either test positive or are in close contact with someone who is positive isolate and quarantine, and we've put procedures in place so that they have assistance and they can stay on track academically while they isolate or quarantine. We're conducting contact tracing to reach those who have been in close contact with someone who has tested positive, and we are encouraging those folks to get tested immediately. The numbers at our other campuses are significantly lower, but they also have similar contact tracing mechanisms in place. Y'all may remember me telling you last month about Dr. John Pardue and Gus Casales. John is in engineering, Gus is in vet med, and we talked about how they were doing wastewater treatment testing in East Baton Rouge Parish, because apparently if you check the virus in wastewater, you can actually see positive cases before people may be symptomatic. Well, I'm happy to report that they are now doing their testing with their team around the Baton Rouge campus, which lets us, if we see those numbers go up in the wastewater, we're able to target those residence halls and say, hey, go get tested, go get tested. So we're monitoring. Again, as I've told you before, if we have to, we will make a U-turn and go back to remote learning. We don't think we'll have to, we don't want to, but if we have to, we will do that. No one single factor will be determinative in making that decision. It will be a combination of multiple factors. And I urge everybody, and I urge my colleagues at our other campuses, it's important that we keep talking about it, that we don't let our guard down, especially as we enter, I'll look around the flowers, especially as we enter phase 3, that we don't think, oh, okay, everything is great, and we see what happens again, what happened at Memorial Day. So now, let me leave the pandemic behind, or at least stop talking about the pandemic. We have got a lot of good news. Our enrollment numbers at the flagship are looking fantastic. We had an 18% increase in applications. We had a 6% increase in applications among Louisianians. We had a 25% increase among students living outside the state. When our numbers are finalized, we're expecting roughly 33,000 students, which would be 1,300 more than we welcomed to class last fall. That'll be about 6,600 freshmen, first-year students, which would be about a 10% increase over last year. We see great increases in historically underrepresented students, a 34% increase in first-year enrollees. Among them, Black student enrollment is up 28%, Latinx student enrollment has risen 25%, our transfer enrollment is up more than 10%, and we're expecting our out-of-state enrollment to be up by 32%. The average ACT score of this group, 25.4, and the average GPA, 3.71. So again, at a time when most universities across the country are struggling to maintain their application and enrollment numbers, the increases we're seeing reflect the strength of our great university, and they tell me that we're moving in the right direction. The word is out, this is the place to be. Now, it's not just here that's the place to be. LSU Shreveport is expecting a roughly 17% increase in total enrollment this year to a little more than 9,500 students. I see you over there, Larry. We can't see you because you're in the sun. You're blind. Your aura, you're blinding us. LSU Union is looking at an 8% increase to nearly 3,000 students, and LSU Alexandria total enrollment is up slightly, more than 6% to 3,500 students. Our health science centers are stable, but golly, we know that when that beautiful building that we saw gets built, you will be able to increase the student body. Golly also has the aura. We can't see golly either, shining. LSU Online, 45% increase, and recently launched 8 new fully online programs, which brings the total number of degrees offered to more than 80. So really, A lot of good news. Other good news, LSU Eunice reported a 61% growth in its endowed scholarships over the past 3 years, and annual funding has expanded by 400% over that period. LSUA's online RN and BSN programs were ranked #1 in the state by registerednursing.org. Staying in the nursing world, LSU Health Science New Orleans School of Nursing ranked #1 nursing school in Louisiana by nursingprocess.org. LSU Health Shreveport created 3 new endowed scholarships, 2 new endowed professorships funded by private donations, and a Board of Regents Support Fund match. At Pennington, the results of a 2-year study by a research team at Pennington were recently published by the New England Journal of Medicine, and they showed that a tailored weight loss coaching program delivered directly by primary care clinics was much more effective for those with the highest obesity rates than traditional clinical approaches. Now, let me say it again, the New England Journal of Medicine. John, this is like the Super Bowl, this is like the World Cup. This is one of the most prestigious scholarly publications in the world. It is the most prestigious scholarly publication in the medical world. And Pennington is leader on the paper, but also worked with Health Sciences Shreveport, Health Sciences New Orleans, Ochsner, Tulane, the VA system, and Xavier. So this is a big thing. Congratulations. The Ag Center was awarded $150,000 from a private company to fund educational initiatives for students in Iberville and Ascension parishes, and an additional $60,000 for scholarships. At the flagship, the National Center for Biomedical Research and Academy for Counterterrorism Education was awarded a $22 million grant by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. All this great stuff is happening, and we haven't even played the first football game yet. The LSU School of Social Work has been awarded a 5-year, $2.5 million grant from the Louisiana Department of Education to expand and strengthen the state's school-based mental health workforce. Kevin Benham, an assistant professor of landscape architecture, has been awarded the prestigious Rome Prize Fellowship from the American Academy in Rome. So I hope we get a vaccine so he can go to Rome. Meanwhile, 5 LSU College of the Coast and Environment faculty, graduate students, and alumni have been awarded 2020 fellowships by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine's Gulf Research Program, and a CCE professor was awarded a $1.5 million grant for oyster research. Yay, oysters. LSU has received the 2020 Higher Education Excellence in Diversity, or HEED Award, from Insight into Diversity magazine. This is a national honor recognizing our outstanding commitment to diversity and inclusion. This is the 8th year we have been named as a HEED Award recipient. And speaking of diversity and inclusion, we continue to make progress on our most important work to improve our campus culture for everyone in the LSU family. The most recent examples of the terrible violence and racial injustice we continue to see across our country underscore how vital it is that we succeed in our efforts. Until we make our communities, including our campus communities across the nation, more inclusive and make equal opportunities truly available to all, these horrors will continue, so our work goes on and must succeed. The 9 committees that we created at our retreat on July 1st have been working. They have presented their initial reports. We are having them report back, Stacy, every 2 weeks. You, me, and Derek and Dan met with each of the committees 9 hours last week, and we will do so again in a couple of months. So the work goes on and the work continues, and I know that'll work hand in hand with the new board committee on diversity, inclusion, and equity. So we still have challenges, but I know we will overcome them, and I never lose sight of the phenomenal and truly inspiring way that our LSU family, our students, faculty, staff, and you all have stepped up to support one another, our neighbors, and our state. So let's keep our confidence high. We will need it as we overcome those future challenges. I'd like to close by saying thank you to Mary Werner. Mary, you're a fantastic leader. You're always available. You're always supportive. You listen, you learn, and you ask great questions. So when I said yes to accepting this position in December, I did not know how lucky I would be to get to work with such a wonderful professional person and friend. So thank you very, very much. Thank you. It's tough to stay this enthusiastic in a mask.
I'm not going to try. Thank you, President Galligan. Thank you for those words. It means a lot. So now it's time for the chair's report, my final report, which is really not a report, but a list of thank yous to so very many people, not the least of which President Galligan for saying yes. That day I appeared in your office and you didn't know why I was coming to visit with you. And to Susan as well for y'all taking the time to quickly answer the call to service to this great university. I have to start by thanking God for all the blessings I have enjoyed in my life, a life which I never expected would lead me to this place, and certainly not in this time. You have to think back that every experience, positive and negative, gave you some sort of quality or lesson that would allow you to do this. First, I have to thank all my colleagues, those here today and those who preceded some of you who had the faith that I had the capability and abilities to do this job. And I thank you for your confidence, your support, the reality checks some of you have given me throughout the year. As we have some of us agreed at times and disagreed at times, we've always worked professionally and in a supportive manner. It has been quite an experience to serve with all of you. It's been said thousands and thousands of times to me, and many times in the last few months, what an extraordinary year full of difficult challenges, what an unimaginable year. And that is so true. I don't think any of us could have imagined what lie ahead when we were celebrating that national championship. That was truly an honor to be in that time and place with those extraordinary young men and the staff and the work that our athletic department did to bring us all to that point in that time. And what a way to start the year. I hope that we've been able to coast through and work through because we had that wonderful, energizing experience to know that once again, LSU stood atop the nation. Throughout the past 12 months, I've been inspired also by dedicated faculty and tireless staff and an administration who have met each challenge with determination and willingness to take the time to work through every obstacle we faced, every decision that had to be made, and I mean thousands of decisions that we never thought we were prepared to do. This team and this team here in Baton Rouge and across the state approached every decision effectively, soberly, and rose to the challenge each and every time. Our faculty and our students have been served, as well as our state, by the work we have done at LSU. I never thought I would look to see the day we were manufacturing PPE in one of our athletics facilities, but when the call came, that's what we did. We have opened labs, we have treated patients, we have adapted our agricultural programs to online, we have done extraordinary things, and it's been the biggest honor to watch this work go on and to lead this university. I often forget to thank a certain group of people, and they deserve almost all of the thanks for everything that has carried on this year, and that would be Jason Drawdy and Nicole Griffith. And I have to add to that Ashley Arsenault and Deborah Richards in the president's office, as well as the staff in their offices and the staff in the vice president of finance's office and Provost Haney's office. They have carried out work far beyond the agenda that we set out for this year. They have made this job very easy. I also want to personally thank Dan, Stacy, and Winston for their continued support and counsel through challenges we never imagined. And President Galligan for your just untiring and dedicated service. I was asked by many people about this time last year, what would my agenda be? What would my legacy be? I never thought of the job that way, and I still don't. I am very proud that we stand here today in a university that has fought against a pandemic across the globe, been very involved in the work and the fight against that, development of treatments, development of patients, and treatment of patients. But also, in the summer, we stood back. We gathered our students around. We listened to their worries and their concerns. And this university stood up and said, in 2020, we will change what we represent, and we will ensure that we represent every student who comes to school here, faculty members who work here, that everyone will feel safe, respected, honored, and included for what they bring to our community and what this community of Louisiana State University means to this state. Finally, I have to thank my parents for their constant support and counsel. They wish they could have been here today, but we are trying to keep them COVID safe. Their incomparable years of service to our state, to public education, to higher education, and to LSU is an example I could only am blessed to follow. They taught me, we grew up in our household with lessons of equality for all people in the little town of Leesville, where I was fortunate to go to schools that had been integrated the year I started kindergarten. I knew no different, and I'm very proud that LSU is representing that today. To my children, Hannah, Patrick, and Grace, who had no idea what their mom was getting into, for their love and support, especially when we had the blessing of being together in COVID and having my 2 college-age kids come home, but mom having to run up and lock herself in a room to do a myriad of meetings, including the board meetings with this body. They were very patient, supportive, and understanding. They've been my travel buddies. My son Patrick, with his mission this year was to get a blade of grass off every field we played on outside of Tiger Stadium. I think he accomplished that goal. They have assumed many responsibilities and done all they could to support me in this job. So with that, I want to thank especially the 3 lawyers I sit between today, because every Tuesday morning I have had more lessons in the legal, and I appreciate their support, their counsel. I look forward to continuing to serve with you, Mr. Damp, you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Williams, for everything you've done to support me. Thank you all for this opportunity. It's been the ride of a lifetime. And with that, thank you. Mr. Damp, we'd like to ask you and your son Ben to come forward so you may take the oath of office as the next chair of the Board of Supervisors.
All this talk about all these lawyers, this is the best lawyer.
Best one in the house.
You ready for this?
I, Robert S. Danf, do solemnly swear
I, Robert S. Danf, do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States,
the Constitution and laws of Louisiana,
the Constitution and laws of Louisiana,
the bylaws of the LSU Board of Supervisors,
the bylaws of the LSU Board of Supervisors,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent on me
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon me
as the Chairman of the Board of Supervisors,
as the Chairman of the Board of Supervisors,
according to the best of my ability and understanding, so help me God.
according to the best of my ability and understanding, so help me God. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Before we move to the next item, I want to propose a resolution from the board congratulating and thanking my outstanding and dear friend, Mrs. Werner, for her incredible time as chair. My other dear friend down there, Ms. Jones, will partner with me as we read this. So the resolution is, whereas Mary L. Werner was appointed to the LSU Board of Supervisors on June 5th, 2018, representing the 3rd Congressional District encompassing Southwest Louisiana. And whereas Ms. Werner was chosen among her peers as chair-elect and assumed the role of chair on September 13th, 2019. And whereas Werner began her year as chair, expending significant effort building relationships on behalf of LSU and demonstrating her diplomatic acumen and holistically advocating the policy goals of the university. And whereas the departure of a sitting president can be a tumultuous time of disarray for a university community, and Werner acting deftly in identifying an interim president and passing it to Mrs. Jones.
Whereas Werner was a leader in decision-making for LSU when the world and the United States was confronted with the SARS-CoV-19 pandemic, leading to the cancellation of in-person instruction, research, and service at the university in March 2020. And whereas Werner proposed and received the support of her colleagues to establish the first Diversity and Inclusion Committee as a permanent committee of the board. And whereas Werner has been a tireless advocate for women and their personal and professional success, and had continued that advocacy to include advocacy across the LSU family. Whereas Werner worked fervently in support of veterans, the Reserve Officer Training Corps, and the cadets of the Old War School to ensure LSU's military tradition is perpetually honored. And whereas Werner has driven thousands of miles traversing Louisiana to attend graduations, meetings, briefings, and other events to demonstrate her support of the university. And whereas Werner has spent innumerable hours traversing, sometimes more slowly than others, the Atchafalaya Basin and conducting business uninterrupted the entire time. And whereas Werner has continued to be a loving and attentive mother to her 3 children, a caring daughter to her parents, a confidant to her siblings, and an incomparable friend to those seeking help and understanding. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College wish to express its deepest gratitude and appreciation to Mary L. Werner for her sacrifice in support of the university and fulfilling her role as chair with extraordinary gracefulness and professionalism.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the resolution? Without objection, it is approved. And I apologize to Ms. Jones because I didn't read a couple of paragraphs and that delay. I didn't realize it was on the back. My apologies. Okay. One of my first acts as chair will be to conduct the election of a chair-elect. Nominations. Oh, we need a picture. Is that Jason? Do we want to do that right now? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry.
Great, Sean. That's going to be great with the mask for the next 20 years. Really.
The mask first there looks and helps mine.
That's true.
Hey.
Accurate observation.
I will now ask for nominations for the office of chair-elect, please.
Mr. Chairman, I nominate Mr. Ramey Starnes.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Temple, I think. Are there any further nominations? I will accept a motion to close nominations and accept Mr. Storms by acclamation. Second. Nomination, motion by Mr. Armentor, second by Mr. Temple. Is there any objection to the motion? Without objection, Mr. Storms is declared elected chairman.
I, Raymond Voisin Starnes, do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States,
and laws of Louisiana,
the Constitution, the laws of Louisiana,
the bylaws of the LSU Board of Supervisors,
the bylaws of the LSU Board of Supervisors,
that I will faithfully and impartially
and that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge and perform all the duties
incumbent upon me
as the chair elect
as the chair-elect
of the Board of Supervisors,
of the Board of Supervisors,
according to the best of my ability and understanding.
according to the best of my ability and understanding,
So help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
I know the hour is late, and it says on my script that I'm supposed to tell you we're going to adjourn, but I am a lawyer with all this lawyer talk, and I have a few things to say, and I also have the gavel, so I'm going to say it. When I went on the LSU board 26 months ago or so, my friend Jay Darden, and some of you may not know, he's a friend of mine. It hadn't come up in conversation. And took me over to the board offices, and he said, now, Robert, these people have jobs. You cannot come here and hang out every day. And I said, okay, I get that. He said, look at me, promise me you're not going to come over here every day and hang out. Okay, I promise. I lied. And I'm there every day. And the joy of that, and so much of this has been said, but again, I've got the gavel, so I'm going to say it again. The joy of that is the friendships and the relationships in that building and how well LSU is served by the folks in that building. And it starts with Tom, and I hang out with Mr. DeQueer. He would get a lot more done if I didn't hang out with Mr. DeQueer, but that's tough. And all the folks in his office, Joanna and Trey and everybody else, and Jason Droddy and my friend Nicole, what a great job they do, what great LSU Tigers they are, and Ashley and Debbie and Liz, and I shouldn't go down the list because I'll leave somebody out. But those folks are fantastic, and they love LSU, and they do a great job for us. It's an honor to be friends with those folks. I'm extremely excited with my new friend, Mr. Pryor, my Harvard-Yale buddy. And maybe he'll teach me to tie a bow tie one day. I don't know. But I'm really proud of this board, and I'm proud of my friends on this board. And well, I'll start with Mr. Williams, who's sort of moving out of the leadership position. There are not many people I've become as close to as James Williams, or respect more than James Williams. And I, as I wrote him a note a little while ago, said sometimes, most of the time, all of the time, I'm Hamilton Berger to his Perry Mason, and I get that, and that's okay. but I've learned a lot from him in the last couple of years, and will continue to learn from him. So he thinks he's slipping out of a technical leadership role. He is, but he's a tremendous board leader because of the respect that everyone holds for him. So you're not going very far. I cannot tell you how much I love Mary Werner, and I say that in front of my wife, who I love much more than Mary Werner. But Mary and I talk twice a day, every day. There will never be a better LSU Tiger, a more dedicated, passionate LSU Tiger than Mary Werner. And she will obviously be continuing. I've told her that nothing changes. She's still the boss. And so, because I'm a little scared of her too. And so working with her is a joy. This board is so great, and we argue and fuss, and sometimes it's Lee I'm fussing with, or he's fussing with me, or Ramey. And then the best part is when we go to my house and sit on the back porch and have some refreshments, because that's what we do. And remember, and I know you folks know this, we're volunteers. We work hard, we're volunteers, and we do it because we love it. And the reason we do it every day is for the students of this university. And we love this place and we love these students. But we don't really serve the students directly. We serve them through the heroes of this university. And the heroes of this university are John and that rock star Bill and Larry. And we've got the glare, and I can't see who's back there, but I know there's a Larry back there, and I know there's a Golly back there, and I know there's a Nancy and my pal Paul, and those two, what a great job they do. We serve you. And we are servants to you, and we want to continue to serve you, and we want to make LSU the best place possible. And so I will close. I really will close, if I can find my notes, and just tell you it's a joy, and it's a great honor to be here, and I look forward to it. So that's all I have to tell you. And our next meeting will be a special meeting, which will be September 16th, 2020. And I need a motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Ms. Jones, second by Ms. Werner. Without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.